She's doing a great job. I said, JD, I want that job. I want to do it as president. He said, you bet. Let's do a little delegation, please. But JD's done a great job. Thousands and thousands of people
Are we live?
are
Okay.
I mean,
Give me a minute
the
if
wonderful
we
thing
are
about
live to get my other
she does so
platforms
much
up.
about me.
So,
It's a beautiful feeling.
good evening, Jake.
Federal government is
Give me a
just
minute. It's going to take a minute to get my platforms going, and we should be live momentarily. Happy Friday. You're live, my man. Yes, I am. Thank you very much, dear Jake. I do see that now. Schedule install. We'll do that at 3 in the morning. Your good boss audio sounds good over here. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. All right, so let me get my other streams going, and we should be up momentarily. So, minute or so. President Trump is currently at the Villages speaking. I'm watching that on News Nation. That's kind of, the Villages is kind of preaching to the choir. Handsome conservative. My guy, I was in the Democrat Live and got kicked 5 against 1. I'm the man. Congratulations. I know what it's like. Conservative, I absolutely know what it's like. If you ever see me, that's all I do is go in MAGA lives. So I know what it's like to get muted. I know what it's like to get kicked. I know what it's like to get cussed out, et cetera, et cetera. So good on you for taking on 5 against 1. That ain't easy. Trust me, I know it ain't easy. I do it all the time. It ain't easy, especially when they don't treat you that way. Taking on 5 against 1, they talking all over you, they muting you. Yeah, it ain't easy. Almost here. We're just about ready. And we're going to be talking about things from a standpoint of Trump country. Um, I've been posting some things on YouTube and on some of my pages, and people, and I've been attacked by a few MAGA, which I don't mind. I don't mind. They criticize some of the things I said, and I want to tackle their criticism because maybe their criticism is accurate. So I want to run it by you folks, but almost ready for on this last platform, and we should be up momentarily here. I think I got everything. Not for kids. You always want to put that in there. I think I got everything going. So we'll make it happen. And we're going to be currently on TikTok, Instagram, Substack, and YouTube. All of you, all I had to do was mention abortion and he lost their shit. Oh, yeah. If you're a man and you're pro-life, yeah, the Democrats are not going to favor that at all. They're not going to favor a man telling a woman whether or not she should have the freedom of choice. So yeah, you were asking for that. But listen, what you did being a man in a democratic environment, being pro-choice, being pro-life, is akin to a Democrat going in a Republican environment and being in favor of common sense gun laws. It's the same thing. You start talking about limiting folks' rights to gun ownership, and they view it the same way women do when you start telling them what they can and can't do with their bodies. It's very, very similar. So it's a chaotic environment at times. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Good evening to you folks. Happy Friday. It is the end of the week. El fin de semana. If I can remember a little bit of the Spanish I had in high school, El fin de semana means the weekend. Um, Lot to talk about. As you know, I was not on the last day or two, and news doesn't stop because we don't talk. So there is plenty of news to be had. I want to, first of all, I want to discuss something with you that came out of the mouth of two Republican politicians that I find very interesting. Maybe they see something I don't, maybe they see something you don't. And I want to get your opinion on it because, folks on the left, folks who are center, in fact, even some folks on the right that do not favor Trump, it's not uncommon to hear the phrase Trump derangement syndrome. You got Trump derangement syndrome. Right? You hear that all the time. It's predominantly aimed at folks who criticize President Trump. You don't generally hear anybody that's favorable to President Trump being referred to as having Trump derangement syndrome. But I do want to give you, I want you to hear this. This is coming from a Republican politician. In fact, it's coming from a couple of them that leaves me wanting an explanation that maybe that hopefully you folks can give, because I don't personally understand why this was said. And by the way, good evening to you, Tenora, I think it is, on Instagram. I see your comment. Thank you for tuning in. Some of y'all will be mad for no legit reason, says Red G. That does happen. That does happen. People get mad for no legit reason. In fact, when it comes to Trump derangement syndrome, it's not uncommon for folks to suggest that the Democrats would not even get a president credit if he cured cancer. In other words, it don't matter what the hell President Trump does. The Democrats just hate the man no matter what. You hear that a lot. By the way, tap the screen. I'm going to ask you folks, particularly on YouTube, just to help out my algorithm, just to bring in more MAGA, which is what the algorithm is set for on YouTube. I need you guys to smash that like button if you're watching on YouTube. Smash the like button if you're watching on YouTube. This is always uncensored programming. We don't block, ban, or censor anybody. We say that on every show. You can be critical of anybody on this program, including yours truly. We say that on every show. And our comments go left of Mom Donnie to I'm having dinner with Q. So if you're watching us on YouTube, I'm going to ask that you smash that like button. Hell, if you're watching us on Instagram or TikTok, tap the screen as well. TikTok, get the likes up to 10,000. You know we take the caller at that. So they won't give him credit even if he cures cancer. They hate him no matter what. That's Trump derangement syndrome. But I wanted you to hear a comment because I believe there's possible to have Trump derangement syndrome in a way that is undiagnosed. This is Byron Donalds, the congressman from Florida, but he's also running for governor. He's also running to replace Ron DeSantis down there. He was asked a question by a reporter. I think this was yesterday.
Congressman, do you think Donald Trump has delivered on his promise to lower prices?
Yeah, he actually has. I know gas prices are a little bit higher because of what's happening in Iran, but across the country, a lot of prices actually have stabilized. I think, inflation's hard, but I remember where we were with the Biden administration. Airline tickets jumped 50%. It was insane. So, he's doing a great job. We need, the other side of the aisle to come and help us just do common sense business. But President's doing great.
If it were a report card, what grade would you give him on the economy?
Oh, he gets an A.
An A? Yeah. Got it. Thank you, Chris.
So that is Byron Donalds being asked about the economy under Trump. You hear him say prices are coming down. You hear him say that gas prices and things like that are coming down. And he talks about under Biden, airline prices were ridiculous and things like that. And you also hear him suggest that you hear the guy ask him, well, if you had to give him a letter grade, which is something we do here often ourselves, if you had to give someone a letter grade, A, B, C, D, or F, like we got back in the day, what would you give him? Byron Donalds is giving President Trump an A on the economy. An A on the economy. You get an A in school, you really can't do much better. I suppose if they gave you an A minus, you could get an A plus. But an A on the economy indicates that you really cannot do much better. Just real quick before we go to because someone else made a statement I want you to hear as well, but I want you to hear that repeat.
Just do common sense business, but President's doing great.
If it were a report card, what grade would you give him on the economy?
Oh, he gets an A.
An A? Yeah. Got it. Thank you, Congressman.
Yeah, if you had to give him a report card on the economy, what would you give him? And he says, oh, he gets an A. So we'll talk about it, but you do hear that's Byron Donalds. We're going to go straight from Byron Donalds to the one and only Tim Scott, South Carolina. Is he South Carolina Senator? Tim Scott, also discussing our current economy.
Great news, by the way. The fact of the matter is that all of the cylinders are kicking. It is good news. You can even feel in our environment how good things are getting. gas prices continue to come down, which means that your groceries will come down a little bit as well. We've got a lot of good signs in the economy. We just need to continue to execute and have confidence in the choices the American people have made by making President Trump their president and keeping majorities, Republican majorities, in both the House and the Senate.
Now, I started the live off by talking about Trump derangement syndrome. I'm talking about Trump derangement syndrome undiagnosed. Folks who would not even give President Trump credit if he cured cancer. You hear this all the time. You wouldn't give him credit even if he cured cancer. Is it possible, in regards to suggesting that someone would not give President Trump credit if he did something right, what about those who wouldn't criticize him if he was doing something wrong? What about those who would look at our current job numbers, grocery prices, the price you're paying for gas, and suggest that he currently deserves an A grade for what's going on right now? Is it possible to have Trump derangement syndrome if you will not criticize him no matter what's going on? As opposed to no matter what he does good, you're not going to give him credit for it. What about if he does something bad and you don't give him criticism for it? Because I'm going to point out, King Finn says they both fluff more than you do. We don't fluff. James Harper, yeehaw! Thank you for the hat and mustache to start the program off right. Certainly, folks, help your boy out with the hat and mustache TikTok cap goals. We ain't going to have no shame in our game for that. Thank you, James Harper. But we do have to ask, what if you don't criticize him? Now, make no mistake about it, gas prices are averaging around $4.30 a gallon right now. Under the Biden administration, most folks are saying that this was currently crippling the economy. Blessings, 2025. Thank you for the hat and mustache. Appreciate that. Thank you for your support. But all of a sudden, under President Trump, an average of $4.30 a gallon does not seem to be that hard on the economy. They're giving him an A. How does he get an A during this period of time? So we're going to talk about that because I want to hear from you folks if there is a possibility of something as such as Trump derangement syndrome undiagnosed. I don't see why or how he would get an A. So I want to understand from you folks what I'm missing. This is a post from me asking a question on TikTok. So as opposed to repeating the question, I'm going to play you my clip because I don't understand this one either.
This is between calling Trump a fascist and calling Biden or Obama a socialist. Neither are favorable. What's the difference? There was no shortage of folks calling Obama and Biden socialists. Okay, so now they're calling Trump fascist. All of a sudden, the fascist comment is wrong, but it was okay to call them socialists or commies. I think a lot of folks on the right call the Democrats communists as well. Communists have been our enemies since World War II ended. We've been in a Cold War with the Soviet Union damn near up to the Reagan era, and they're calling the left socialists and communists. What's the difference? What's the difference between calling Trump a fascist and calling Biden or Obama a socialist?
And I want to know from you, what is the difference? Because you hear folks suggest that by calling Trump a fascist, it led to multiple assassination attempts on the man's life. We don't want anybody harmed. We don't want rhetoric leading to anybody losing their life. But I'm trying to figure out, why is it okay to call every Democrat a socialist or a communist, but wrong to call Trump a fascist? I mean, look, if you guys are going to exchange insults, this is kind of what happens. So what's the difference? In the comments, XD says, you're still talking about Obama still. He was in office 12 years ago. Get over it already. I guess you're not a Trump supporter because he talks about Obama all the time. Unless you're trying to suggest it's okay when Trump talks about folks from yesteryear, but not others. Because Trump talks about Obama all the time. I don't understand why all of a sudden you're on this program saying get over Obama when Trump does it like this. So let me know in the comments. But what is the difference between calling Trump a fascist and calling Biden or Obama a socialist? Somebody let me know. And last but not least, before we go to the box, and like I said, tap the screen. We'll take the first caller at 10,000. We're going to end up likely talking about the Supreme Court rolling back the Voters' Right Act. That's likely going to come up. And certainly the war continues, and we'll certainly talk about it from the standpoint of who do you think is going to win? I mean, I never thought I would ask between America and Iran who's going to win the war, but it's certainly going on a hell of a lot longer than the 2 to 4 weeks Trump said. So we're not performing the way Trump indicated in the beginning. In fact, Trump is on video saying we won the war in the first few hours. Then why the hell are we still there 2 months later? Go figure. Anyhow, so tap the screen, get the likes on up to 10,000. We don't block, ban, or censor. Looking in the comments, and I'm probably going to need some glasses for some of this, he just called Ilhan Omar all kinds of names. Yeah, Trump, I don't get it. That's what I'm saying. I mean, Trump is known for name calling. I don't see where the fascist comment is getting so much more criticism from the right. Grocery prices never goes down. Grocery stores have certain items on sale for a few weeks and remain even if you're correct about that, and I'm not sure about that. David says grocery prices never go down. Grocery stores have certain items on sale for a few weeks and return to regular price. I wasn't hearing this during Biden. All of a sudden, there's all of these optimistic viewpoints. When Biden was president, we were talking about the cost of cereal and every damn thing. Now, well, grocery prices really never go down. That wasn't what we were talking about during Biden. We've gotten really kind and favorable with the same economy, same price numbers under Trump that we were complaining about under Biden. I don't get that. Nobody talked about the prices never really go down when Biden was in office. Is this the average American intellect? You have to explain this dumb shit to your people, says Rob. The average American intellect goes all over the damn place. From rocket scientists to people who thought that Trump somehow won the 2020 election. It is all over the place. Are we at 10,000? Tap the screen. We'll take the first caller. You guys have to get a backbone one of these days. He could talk bad about your dead mother, and you will say that's just Trump. It says, ooh, yikes. Trump has got to give and take. He needs to meet halfway through negotiations. I tend to agree with that. That is how negotiations work, but that is not what Trump is operating on. A mindset of might is right. We got the military, we got the power, so we got the authority. You listen to us or you get annihilated. That's kind of what he's doing. Handsome conservative. What's the difference? And good evening to you. Good to have you on. What's the difference between calling, the Democrats socialists and calling Trump a fascist?
Hold on a second. Your volume is way down for some reason. Okay, try that again, please.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can. It's way better now. Thank you.
Okay. What's the difference between calling Democrats like Biden and Obama socialists and communists versus calling Trump a fascist? Because they're saying it's wrong to call Trump a fascist and leading to attempts on his life. Can you tell me the difference?
Well, the difference is, you know what? No, I can't tell you the difference. I'm sorry. I have to agree with you on that. No, I think it's the same thing. I think it's just bad politics.
Fair enough. So in other words,
I'm not gonna lie to you on that one, man. I think it's just bad politics.
So in other words, what Trump is doing is complaining about something that he's doing equally as worse to his opponents.
Yeah, I think that's what both parties do. That I think it's just bad politics.
Yeah. I guess I can't argue with you on that. I think we tend to agree because the right is going.
We agree on this one. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, the right. So did you see my clip of Florida gubernatorial candidate Byron Donalds?
No, I did not. I was too busy laughing at your other clips, though.
Okay. Well, you may. I'll play it again. It's brief. But you may end up laughing at this one as well. What is it, about 30 seconds long? Here you go.
Congressman, do you think Donald Trump has delivered on his promise to lower prices?
Yeah, he actually has. I know gas prices are a little bit higher because of what's happening in Iran, but across the country, a lot of prices actually have stabilized. I think, inflation's hard, but I remember where we were with the Biden administration. Airline tickets jumped 50%. It was insane. So he's doing a great job. We need, the other side of the aisle to come and help us just do common sense business. But President's doing great.
If it were a report card, what grade would you give him on the economy?
Oh, he gets an A.
An A?
Yeah.
Would you give him an A on the economy like Byron Donalds is giving him?
I would give him a B.
A B?
I would give him a B.
What
And
is-
I'll tell you why. Gas for us where I live is going down. Not a lot, but it is going down. Food prices, however, are really high. So I'd give him a B.
What did you give Biden?
Biden, if I were to be completely fair, I would say a C because I just prices shot up under Biden.
And so you don't see, gas is going down where you're at?
Yes, and I live in Gaylord, Michigan. Gas prices are going down. It's under $4, dude. It's like my brother just told me he paid $3.79 a gallon.
And what okay, $3.79 is pretty close to $4. So what, it used to be $4 or something, or pretty close to $4?
It was it shot up to $4.10, $4.15. But now remember, I told you before, to be fair, that Michigan gas prices go up and down at when the wind blows. So I mean, anybody from Michigan can tell you that. But gas has dropped. Food has not dropped, but gas has dropped.
How is he getting a B though? A B is above average. How is he getting that?
Because gas is going down. I'm giving him credit for the gas going down.
But the gas only went up because of him. You're giving the arsonist credit for putting out the fire?
Gas went up when Biden was in office to start with.
No, when Trump.
And Trump is now in office and he's bringing gas down.
Wait.
So that's why I'm giving him a B.
We just attacked Iran in March. If you look at the price of fuel from when Trump got inaugurated in January of 2025 until we went into Iran in March, the gas prices were nowhere near what they are now. So the prices went up because of Trump. Take the Iran war out of things. You got Trump at the State of the Union address in February. At the time, he said gas was an average of $2.20 a gallon. That's what he said himself.
I've never seen gas at $2.20 a gallon. Not since I was in my 20s.
Somebody in the comments, Silver Fox said, I just looked up gas in Gaylord, Michigan, and it's not under $4.
Well, according to my brother who just filled up his car, it's like around 380, 387. I have to go with the person who actually put gas in the car.
Okay, well let me just for shits and giggles, let's try this. Alexa, what is the average price for gas in Gaylord, Michigan?
The average gas price in Gaylord, Michigan is $4.86 per gallon as of today.
Your brother is
Just
low.
checking prices, or are you planning to head out for some driving soon?
Cause you said $4 and what?
Gas is not $4.80
I said
here
the
in
average
town.
gas price
I
in
can tell
Gaylord,
you
Michigan
that.
is $4.86 per gallon today.
$4.86. Why? Where's your brother get? Does he know? Does he got a hookup? How is he getting it for $3.80?
He filled up at the beginning of this week. I mean, maybe gas shot up after.
Yes, it went up 7 cents a gallon yesterday because I did a video. It went up 7 cents a gallon in less than 24 hours. Yes, it has shot up.
Yeah, if gas shot up since he filled it up, but he told me he paid $3.80 to $3.87.
That sounds like if you change one of those numbers, you sound just like my device.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, that's what he said he filled up at. I didn't fill up my car. I don't have a car, so I have to go by what he said.
Okay. So if for some reason it is 486, would you change that B you're giving him?
If it was 486, I'd give him a C.
How do you nearly $5 a gallon and he still gets a C? That's a good grading skill.
Yeah, we're not California. They're paying like $7, $8 a gallon. I mean, there's always a bright side.
So you would still, if what before Trump came along, what were you paying for gas under the Biden administration?
I think.
Or do you know? You don't drive.
It was at the like the middle of his administration. It was about three. It was over $3.
Okay.
I know it was over $3. I would say anywhere from $3 to $4, somewhere between $3 and $4.
And yeah,
Again, gas shoots up here. We're not a normal state. It just shoots up and goes down.
I mean, I get that. But
as-
I'm listening to your numbers in regards to gas, which is one of the reasons you gave Trump a B. And you're admitting that even if gas is $3.86 a gallon, which is what your brother, even if it's $3.86, you're admitting that's around what it was under Biden, which we're all suggesting it may be higher. How is he getting B's and Biden getting a C? I don't get that, because it sounds like under Trump the numbers are actually higher.
Well, we're in the middle of a war right now. The strait is closed, right? We're not getting oil. Gas is going to go up, and gas is going to probably go up higher because of the strait not being open, unless we drill here, which makes all the sense in the world.
But didn't the man say we won the war and the strait is open like several times?
Last I heard, the strait was closed, but I don't usually watch the news except for, I think, Al Jazeera on YouTube.
So you have never heard Trump say the strait was open?
Don't watch the local Fox, CNN, or MSNBC news. The last I heard, the strait was closed.
Okay. Now, you do understand the war that you're blaming for high gas prices was started by Trump, right?
Right. We went in to take care of their nuclear material, yes.
Okay. And that has not happened, yet Trump has said we've won already.
Well, I would have to disagree. I don't think we won until we accomplish our goals.
So he's saying we won a war that we didn't, and he's still getting a B. Okay, I'm just trying to dissect that grade. That's all I'm trying to do. He's giving out information that even you're saying may or may not be true. You're admitting the gas prices may be higher than Biden because of his actions. And somehow he's getting a better grade.
We weren't at war when Biden was in office, but gas prices were still high when Biden was in office. We do have an excuse of being in a war right now. I mean, even though we haven't finished it up yet, and as far as I know, we haven't finished it up. I mean, that is why gas is higher.
Right.
But if you were to compare it without the war or not, then yeah, I'd give Trump a B without the war, and I'd give Biden a C because it started under Biden.
The war started under Biden?
The gas prices.
Oh, okay. Look, I'm not going to argue about Biden's economy. I can understand criticizing Biden's economy, but what I can understand is criticizing Biden's economy and coming up with all kinds of excuses for why Trump's shouldn't get the same criticism.
Well, with all due respect, it's not an excuse. We're at war. That gas is going to be higher when we're at war, especially when it's the strait where all the oil is coming from, and we're not doing enough drilling and preparing here. If we were doing enough drilling here, gas prices would be way lower.
If we wanted to do more drilling, who would be responsible for that happening?
Well, I believe the pipeline was shut down under Biden.
Maybe
it was Biden. Maybe it was Obama.
If one president can shut down the pipeline, how would you get it back open to drill on it again?
You would have to go back to the courts that stopped it when they shut it down, I believe, and then you would have to start rebuilding the pipeline.
So Biden didn't shut it down. The courts did.
Going almost all the way through Virginia, where it stopped at when the Democrats were in charge.
So Biden didn't shut down the pipeline. The courts did, is what you're saying.
The Democrats took it to court to stop the pipeline from being finished. It was over halfway finished. we would have had oil flowing through all the way through a shit ton of states, but the pipeline was stopped.
So if the Democrats stopped it, and you're saying that things would be cheaper if it was started again, who was responsible for starting it back up?
Well, the Republicans would have to take it back to court to redo or finish up the pipeline.
So if you believe that the Democrats are at fault for stopping a pipeline, which is part of the reason why you believe fuel prices are up, and you believe the pipeline could bring them down, but the Republicans are not doing that, then how are they getting, once again, how is he getting a B? Based on what you're saying, he could provide us some fuel relief and he's not doing his job.
To be fair, that's going to take time. Are they doing it? No, they're not doing it right now. Should they be? Absolutely, they should. But the fact remains that even if they went to court and they started it back up, it would still take a couple of years to finish the pipeline.
Yeah, but even if he's not even doing that. Like I said, we're talking about how he's getting a B. You're admitting that gas prices are high, and in your belief, opening the pipeline up to give us some relief, and you're admitting he's not even in the beginning phases of trying to do that. So how is he getting a B? He's not doing his job that would help give Americans relief.
He's getting a B because prices could be higher. Oh, shit.
I don't know where she is.
No whammy, no whammy, no whammy, no whammy.
I'm not going to disrespect you because you have not disrespected me, but you are wrong about the pipeline. The Democrats did not do that. There was a tribe, the Pueblos did that because it was going on their land. So, yeah. But I will not disrespect you today because I'm not in a damn good mood. But because I do not like white people today. So I'm being nice to you. I'm being nice to you.
Okay.
I'm giving you grace.
Can I just say one thing to stay on your good side?
Yes.
I identify as black.
You identify as what?
I identify as black, so we can get...
Oh, my God.
Oh, he got you on that way.
But no, the Democrats did not do that. The Native Americans, indigenous people did that because it was going on their land. They did. They fought that, and they won.
Well,
I'll
say this. I believe the Democrats are getting blamed for the pipeline because the Republicans would have. Hold on, I heard what you said, but what I'm saying is I believe they're blaming the Democrats because the Republicans would have said fuck the natives in the court judgment, and they would have done it anyway. That's what I'm saying. They're blaming the Democrats for listening to the courts and giving the Native Americans a win. They would have just did it.
Tim, today of all days, you better not bluff today.
I'm not.
You better not today. Because Willis, me and you will rumble. Okay?
You don't agree with me that the Republicans would have said fuck the natives?
Yeah. We get blamed for everything. Joe Biden still gets blamed. Obama still gets blamed. We get blamed for every damn thing. What are you talking about, Willis? That's like a normal egg. The maggots are in La La Land.
Okay.
But right now, I'm not. I promise you, the only one that's gonna get grace is this one right here.
Okay.
You know what I mean? The saltine right here. That's the only one that's gonna get grace.
What is a saltine? What the hell is
I
this?
have to fuck with him. You say he was black, so he's a saltine, okay?
You know what? I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take it.
I ain't gonna fuck with him, not today. Cause I'm already pissed off with the saltines today. You hear about you know what's going down, right? About the voting.
Yeah.
Now you told me you fucking muppet. You said, oh no, we're not going to be touched. They don't got nothing to do with black people. Excuse me. What did they just do?
I didn't say that.
What did they just do?
You're talking about the voting. Well, let me just say before you go ham on the Voting Rights Act getting rolled back.
I'm not doing that right now because it's his turn. But when you add me up right after him, I'm gonna go straight fucking ham.
All right.
God.
We'll leave it at that since you guys don't disagree. Thank you, Gangsta Grandma.
Well, add me up right after this, please.
I'll talk to you soon. I got you. All right. But
I cannot believe I survived that. Oh my God, it's a good day.
you killed her with
It's a
kindness.
good day.
You killed her with kindness, and you identified as a black man.
Hey, you know what? If that's all it takes, I'm from now on. I'm another brother from a different mother. That's all I'm going to say.
I think we refer to it as black privilege. So I'll leave it at that. Conservative, I got to move it on, but that's what it is. And
I'm leaving. Okay, support your local liberal. I got it in.
Thank you. And I appreciate your support. Appreciate it, handsome conservative. Moving on, tap the screen. Get us on up to 25,000, THOU. Get us up to 25,000 in the like category. Smash that like button if you're watching on YouTube as well. We don't block, ban, or censor. Good Friday. Happy Friday, all you folks. This is Trump country politics, Friday night politics. If you're watching on YouTube and you enjoy uncensored dialogue from all sides of the aisle, I'm going to ask that you subscribe to the program. We're here most weekdays. Real quick, looking in the comments. Happy Friday, Tim. About to get this workout in. I need to be doing that. Doing push-ups today. That's OG Kush says that. On January 20th, 2021, United States President Joe Biden revoked the permit for the pipeline on his first day in office, citing protecting the environment as a reason, ending the permit on June 2021. Yeah, because Biden and the Democrats are going to listen to environmentalists and the wishes of Native Americans and shit like that. The Republicans would have said, fuck you. The country needs cheaper oil, and we're going to do what we got to do, even if it's on your land. The Republicans, so under the Republicans, the pipeline would have never shut down because you really don't give a shit about what the Native Americans are complaining about. Apparently, they also said building a pipeline was preventing migration of animals and shit like that. The right don't care nothing about that. So the pipeline would not have been shut down under the right. Because when you start talking about protecting the environment and stuff like that, they think that stuff's a joke. They don't care nothing about that. Native Americans start bitching about something, they don't care nothing about that. They would have just built it right over them. So that's the difference. So yeah, it got closed under Biden because Biden was actually listening to the wishes and things like that of the Native Americans. That wouldn't have happened under the right. Biden and Obama are gone. We talked about this already. Why are you still talking about them? Because everybody else is fucking talking about them. That's why, including the president. Everybody is still talking about Biden and Obama. You can't put a microphone in front of Trump's face. Trump is right now, as we speak, giving a speech at the Villages right now. It's on News Nation. I'm sure it's on Fox and OAN and some of the channels, but I don't have the volume up. But I'm sure Biden's name has came up. 100% certain he's talking about Biden and possibly even Obama. So that's why we're talking about these folks, is he keeps bringing their asses up. Tim, Biden stopped the Canada crude pipeline under Lake Michigan. They had to truck the crude across the Mackinac Bridge. Fair enough. I'm just simply saying. They don't even care about their daughters. Dirty white MAGA trash. Damn. Are we at 25,000? Tap the screen, get the likes on up. He want them back after the last election. Don't know what you mean by that. Tap the screen, get the likes on up. They rerouted it so it doesn't go over any native land now, as far as I heard. Yeah, but the right wouldn't have done that. They're not going to spend money rerouting that. They would have just said, fuck you. You going to deal with it or not? As simple as that. What does the right always say? If you don't like it, you can leave. So that's kind of the mindset. You don't like what we're doing, then find another country to live in. We'll continue on with Sexy Red. Good evening. Welcome back to the show. Now, Sexy, what are we getting wrong here? This is a Trump country discussion.
You always get something wrong. But I want to talk to the YT maggots for a minute. Let me break this shit down to all the ones that didn't vote for her, the non-voters, the third-party voters, the pro-Palestine voters, never her votes. Fuck you. Fuck everything about you, and I hope you croak. What you guys just did to us, fuck you. Fuck you and fuck your mama.
Okay, first of all, you're wrong, and that's horrible. What you just said. Not for MAGA that didn't vote for Kamala Harris.
I didn't say the MAGA.
Anybody?
I didn't say that.
Anybody?
No. They didn't vote for her because she was black. They didn't vote for her because she was a woman. Shut your mouth.
There's bullshit.
No.
You're wrong. You're wrong. You are wrong.
You're not cupcaking, not today.
No, you are wrong. You are wrong.
No,
Cupcaking or not. Yes, you are.
No.
Yes.
No, I'm not. Because we have a two-party system. We got a two-party system. We have the Democrats and we have the Republicans. There's not a third party. And what they did, they threw us under the bus. They threw black and brown people. Yes, they did. They threw us under the that Project 2025, we was preaching it. Do not vote for this man. Project 2025, our rights are going to be taken. And I'll be fucking damned. Look what they did in Louisiana.
Okay.
Shut your mouth.
Now,
Quick, get the cock out your mouth today.
you are
God.
you are completely wrong, and I'll tell you why.
No, I'm not
Okay,
wrong.
do we get to talk, or you just want to talk? You're wrong,
If
goddammit.
I could, I'll put a sock in your damn mouth and make you my B word, and then you'll shut the fuck up. Yes.
Okay, first of all,
Temporarily.
you are wrong as the days are long, because fact is, a lot of people that voted for Trump that you're chastising are even themselves complaining that Trump is doing a lot of things that they didn't either want or they didn't expect. So you're talking about like Project 2025. There are legitimate MAGA voters that didn't believe that.
Shut up. Be quiet. Be quiet.
No,
I
you're
can't
wrong.
stand your
You are
fucking-
wrong.
No, I'm not wrong. Let me tell you something. When black women, when we start all talking and saying, look what's going down, go read Project 2025. Oh, no. The uneducated fools, I'm going to believe him. He's going to cut gas, and our food's going to be cheaper. We're going to get our houses. Oh, no. Bullshit. The maggots are still writing for this man is racist. And you little, I know I have to go on maggots' lives. Right? Well, that white boy yesterday, honey. Boo boo.
Okay, I'm gonna say it until
Yesterday, he liked what happened. Did he not, Tim?
you're talking about straight talk. I'm sure he may come through.
He
Yeah.
said he liked what happened. So fuck
Yeah.
straight talk.
But-
And if I ever see that white boy in public,
Hey,
I'll shut your nose
hey.
and the fuck up.
What you're doing is promoting racism.
What?
Yes.
Hell no! Oh, hell no, ninja. You know, ninja. Sit your ass down, ninja.
I'm
Oh,
sitting
God.
down now.
Let me tell you something. I'm promoting, and you was on a White Boy Live yesterday, was you not? And he's going to say, I like what they did. I like what he did on whatchamacallit. So he likes the way that we couldn't get our word. We don't have nobody representing us. Get the
Okay.
fuck out of here.
What
You
else?
cocksucker. Suck it. Come on, Tim, suck it. How does it taste, uncooked protein? Huh?
It
I'll never have that in my mouth.
It tastes
Don't
good.
ever tell
You
me
know
I'm
it.
racist. Let me tell you something. My mom and my father was on March 7th, 1965, Bloody Sunday. Do you know what they did to my mother? They broke her damn jaw and they beat her ass. Do you know what they did to my dad? They broke his leg because he was walking and he was marching with John Lewis and all them. So shut your bitch ass up, all y'all.
Okay.
Don't ever come at me. I know my damn history.
Just because you know history and you're upset does not make you right.
I'm not racist. I'm getting right back to them. Look at they're over here being happy about what they just did. What the hell are you talking about? And you over there camping for the white team, man. And you know what? They'll put you in a damn fucking tree. And that mofo told you straight to your face when your fat ass was over there. When your fat ass was on his life. Because he would add me. What did he say? I like what they did. I don't see
By
no
the way,
color.
hang
Yeah,
on one second. Hold on one second. I'm looking at News Nation and they got a ticker at the bottom that says breaking news. Apparently, Trump has said hostilities with Iran has been terminated. So he's indicating that there's no more hostilities between America and Iran. You know, he changes like a fucking season, so I don't know. But right now, he just said hostilities with Iran has been terminated. So is this the end of the war? I don't know.
Quiet. No, he's doing it for the damn gas. And let me tell you, I sound white, bitch. You don't even know what white is. Go suck on it.
Why do you come across as so fucking racist? Why are you so hard?
I'm not. Look, why don't you say that to the white man?
Because they don't.
The white man told you to your face.
You are worse than what you're complaining about.
Let me tell you something. I'm so damn mad right now. If I see the mofo in my face, I'll put him on a damn t-shirt, on God. I am so sick of living in. Let me tell you something. Our people, we fought to get this shit. And now they're destroying it. They used the 14th Amendment to get us out of here. They used it against the civil rights. Did you know that? Get educated.
I don't know
They used it.
I don't know if you realize this or not, but a lot of the things that the Trump administration is doing with gerrymandering and the Voting Rights Act can be used against them. You do realize that, don't
Bitch,
you?
I have a speech impairment, and what if I didn't have no teeth? I'll take your soul. But unfortunately, I don't do white cock.
People,
I'm allergic to it.
you're allergic to white cock. Oh my god! But you,
Hell yeah. Ain't nothing white going inside of me. Nothing uncooked, unseasoned, nothing.
I just say,
But let me tell you something. You know what? You know what's a slap in our damn face? March 7th, 1965, Bloody Sunday. You know how many people went out there and got hurt, unalived, and everything else just to get us to vote? Now, you know what? I don't want to hear the 92%. I don't want to hear nothing. If you're not a coward, we gotta get our asses out there. We gotta do some rumble and get into some good trouble because they're coming for us. And I told you, black ass, I told you, Tim, they're coming for us, and I'll be damned they are. I told you, none of us are fucking safe.
you just say a lot of things, and I see in the comments, Char says,
I don't care. You don't kiss. You don't tell the white man nothing. You what? What? You allowed that motherfucker to come at you. Told you he was racist to your damn fucking face.
and what did I say back to him? Didn't I not say what he was saying was racist?
No, you would have kissed that like that, muppet. You know that motherfucker didn't want to add me 'cause I would wring his fucking chicken neck if he even had one with all that fatness.
Okay, let me address what you're saying. And by the way, folks, help your boy out with the TikTok cap, Had Mustache Go, support the program, smash that like button if you're watching us on YouTube. When I talked, that was with Straight Talk. When Straight Talk said things that I thought were racially charged, I pointed it out. Everybody don't tell people to suck dick like you do. That ain't part of a debate.
Let me tell you, I'm not gonna coddle these motherfucking white tea people. I'm not gonna sugarcoat shit for no white tea people. I ain't gonna do a damn thing. Cause will they do the shit for us? Fuck no. They are trying to come for our votes. When I say this, I want to say it clearly. When people say our vote don't count, then why are they trying to take it from us then?
Well, I don't disagree with that. That the Trump administration is apparently playing games with the voting. I don't disagree whether it's the Save America
Why
Act.
do you think that is?
Because all the analysts are saying he's gonna fucking lose. Because all the analysts is saying that he's gonna lose the midterm. So he's trying to play games with the election to change it.
Well, we are. We're gonna take it. We're gonna take the House and the Senate.
Yeah.
And guess what? Maggots? You thought you won, right? You thought you won, huh? You thought you did? Guess what? All the blue states are gonna turn straight blue. Oh yes, babies. Wow, it's like FAFO.
In the comments, T. Mitchell says super poor people are funny. Are you
Yes,
super?
they are. They are taking votes, you stupid numbnut.
I think I love this woman, says my last caller, handsome conservative that you talked to. He says he think he loves you.
Well, I get all kinds of love. I get white tea love in my damn
Right
inbox.
there.
I can't stand. I tell them I don't fuck with uncooked meat. I still get that. I get all my chocolate love though. I clap back.
I'll be honest with you. I think one of the best
But
things.
unfortunately-
I'll be honest with you. One of the best things for you might be a good weekend away with a white man.
No.
Yeah.
I know your black ass ain't. You fucking stupid.
You might need it.
Yeah. No. I'm a straight.
I mean,
I'll go get the
I
toy.
went on a
I'll get a
cruise.
toy. I'll get a toy.
I
before
went.
I'll ever get.
I
man
went on
touch
a
this,
cruise. I went on a cruise the other week, and I saw a lot of sisters with white men. They look very happy. What?
Hey, I saw that.
Alter
Hey,
ego.
I don't knock people down. You want a white tea, man? You want uncooked meat? You want salmonella? Hey, more power to you. More power to you, but not this one. No. Cause you know what? Let me tell you something. I keep it $100. I don't kiss no white, and I love me some normal white people that's gonna go for bat for us. I'll understand
Whoa,
that.
thank
But
you.
I will
You did that.
never
Well-
have nothing inside of me like that.
Oh my
No.
God. Let me just say it to you like this. I got a viewer right now. What is this? Says Mick noted. He said I can fix her. There's a white guy that would correct you right off the bat. There you go. You need to
No,
be
I'll put him
corrected.
in a body bag before anything else.
Maybe
No.
maybe get corrected from behind or something like that. I mean,
I don't know what. They can't even touch your G spot. It's a little winky dinky, like a 2 centimeter Peter Reader, one of those Vienna sausages. Oh, you know what? I can never eat a vanilla, what are those Vienna sausages, those little pink one looking thing? I could never. Because I look at that and with my eyes like, oh, I'll gross the fuck out. I will gross the fuck out. No, I'm pissed the fuck off. Because you know what? It's just straighten us back to Jim Crow 2.0. And if you think I'm fucking everything I said to you, Tim, is happening. I said, yeah, W back is happening. 1930s. Now it's going to come up. They're going to come after our asses. Now look, they're coming for us. They're going to try to take our votes. And people, the white man, they go, no, they're not trying to. Yes, they are. Willis's.
In the comments,
Cooked seasoned chicken.
in the comments, Phil provides you some advice. He says it's a new world, sister. You need to wake up.
You know what? I want to say this as kindly as I can. Bitch, I'm woke. I know what's going down. You sorry piece of shit. No good for nothing. Trailer trash park. Chicken fed mofo you. And let me say, if you're a black man, get off your knees for the white man, because you'll never be at his goddamn table. You are a fucking sellout to a disgrace to us. So don't talk about it. And if you're a white man, get the fuck on.
He had dinner with Kanye. Kanye sat at his table.
Kanye is a sellout. His brain got molded or whatever after his mama died. He forgot where the fuck he came from.
I'm sure
when his mama died.
I'm sure he's had dinner with Tim Scott and Byron Donalds.
You know what? All the ratty rack. I gotta be nice. All the ratty raccoonies. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I'll be damn sure.
I mean, I don't mean to sound like UPS, what can Brown do for you? But what can the white man do for you? You seem to have a real big problem with white people.
Why do you think I got a problem with the maggots? Well, tell me, Tim. They're taking our vote. They're telling you the southern states, they're not going to have a voice. Black and brown people are not going to have a voice. Well, am I supposed to say yes, babies? Come on. F us even more.
I'll be honest
nice
with
to
you.
People, Tim.
I'll be honest
Be nice
with you.
to people, Tim. I'm not like you. I'm not gonna be on my knees for the white team. I'm not gonna drink a lot of bleach, honey. Boo boo. I'm not like you. I'm not a sellout to my fucking race. I'm not a sellout. I know what my mom and my daddy went through, especially March the 7th. I know what my.
You actually watch this program and you walk away thinking I'm a sellout to the whole black race.
You are. You are undercover maggot. You drink a lot of bleach. You swear to God, I think you know what it is, Pi? I think your pants below, I think you is white underneath all that shit. Because I can't even touch a maggot. I couldn't even touch the hat and say, you know what, this is for my beloved maggots. Do you think they say that about, this is for my beloved black people? Do you think they say that? No. They want to put you in a tree. What are you talking about?
I talk to MAGA. I've got MAGA friends. They do not want to put me in a tree. Why is your...
You have friends that still align that you a sellout for real, dude, on set. I could never be a friend to somebody that just took my rights away. I could never be a friend to somebody that put us in a war. I could never be a friend that doesn't even align with what the fuck I believe in. So you a sellout. You ratty rat.
Well, listen, there are some liberal policies that they really believe are detrimental to the foundation of this country.
You know what they believe in? This is the only thing they say. Oh my God, I don't want men and women's sports. They sold us out for that, for real. And there isn't only one or two people that play sports, but yet they fucked over the women though that play in men's sports though. Okay, yeah. Oh no, the drag queens are reading to our kids, but you guys got pedophile in office. Half of there, a lot of Republicans got down for child porn. You know, corn. Yeah.
You know what? You know what you just inspired, which really is fucked up. The handsome conservative says, I'm listening to you calling me undercover MAGA. He says, I'm saying you already have the hat. Just come on over. So he's inviting me to be on MAGA side because I have a fucking hat. Look, the hat shows we're MAGA friendly. It doesn't mean we're MAGA. We do believe in MAGA having the right to speak.
You are a true MAGA because you on your knees. Yes, master. Go get the whips to the chains, house ninja. That's all you got to do is go get that because you swear up and down. You said, why don't you give Donald Trump some credit for what? For taking our rights away? For trying to gerrymander Texas. See, when you did that, you opened a whole flood of this. The Democrats was trying to be nice. We was the one that's trying to stop the gerrymandering.
MAGA has said, what rights has MAGA taken away from you?
Are you fucking sick?
I'm just asking.
Okay. I got it. Okay. Women are autonomy. Where is your dick? Where is any in your thing? Any laws with your ding-a-ling where you can't stick it at? Is there any laws for your ding-a-ling to get stuck anywhere? No. But our bodies, God forbid, we get raped. Okay, in South Carolina, they want you to keep the baby. And you know what? The rapist has legal rights to the baby. Did you know that? And one damn white man said, no, that's disgusting. So fuck me with your shit, okay? And then let me tell you, and then they let a black woman be an incubator, dead black woman, a beautiful black woman in Georgia to be an incubator to a very sick baby.
Will in the comments, Will2538 says you seem to be angry because you can't kill babies now. However, Tanaj says she's
Okay, let me tell you that it's not a baby. And you know what? You guys really want to use the Bible? It says in the Bible, in Genesis, Exodus, and what else? I think James. It says this: God breathed in to Adam's nostrils and became life. So miss me with the bullshit. Miss me with the bullshit. I am so sick of it. It's a zygote. A zygote does not have no brain, doesn't have no heart. It's a zygote that has nothing. And then it becomes a fetus. And the only thing Roe vs. Wade did was to help us. Is to help us till 24 to 22 weeks. And then if the only time somebody has a late-term abortion is if the baby is not going to survive or the mother doesn't survive.
I'm not
But
going.
you guys want us to push out kids that we don't need.
Well, I'm not going to hate. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you.
Look.
Hold on. I'm going to tell you. You need to blame because there are a lot of women voters out there. You can't blame this all on men. A lot of women voted for Trump and they voted against abortion rights as well.
Women. You know why the white tea women did? Because, oh my God, my man. I gotta listen to my man. But let me tell you something. They want you white tea women to be fucking breeders, okay? They don't give a damn about you ugly asses. They don't give a damn. They just want you to breed.
Tanaj in the comments says she
They just
sees.
want you to
Hold on.
breed.
Tanaj in the
Yes,
comments
and
says
you know
she
what?
sees.
My
Wait a
dirty
minute.
little
Hold on.
that clock it.
Tanaj in the comments says that you see what's coming and you're not sugarcoating it. So I think she agrees with you. However, Moonlight says Democrats won slavery. Democrats lost the Civil War. Democrats.
Okay, let me tell you guys something. Let me tell you, just how ignorant the motherfuckers are. That's why this motherfucker got in office. Let me tell you something. The party did switch, and you know what? Black people figured out, like John JFK said. Not JFK, MLK. Sorry, my bad. I was reading something. MLK said the Republican Party became the white man's party. He didn't know. So the black people, us, we went to the Democrats. Yes, honey, yes. The party switched. And you know what? We're coming back. And guess what? The Democrats are going to take over. And you know what? There probably would never be another Republican in office again.
I don't agree with that, but I gotta go.
You know what? Let me tell you something. You never agree with nothing. But when it comes to a white man, I guarantee you, and don't let me waste my damn money, I'll come back up here. And let me tell you something. Do not bluff. Because you know what? You better push back as hard as you did with me. Because if you don't, I'll come the fuck up and I will wring both your damn chicken necks.
I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it at that. You're getting deep. Real quick in the comments, tap the screen, by the way. Get us on up to 50,000. Moonlight A says Democrats won slavery. Democrats lost the Civil War. Democrats created the KKK. Democrats created Jim Crow. That's the history of the Democrat Party. Oddly enough, when you point all that stuff out, which most of that is true, when you look at the people that were involved in the KKK and involved in slavery and involved in the Confederate South, which party now is favorable to them? Which makes no sense. I always say this many times, is that the Democrats were the Confederates, the Republicans were the Yankees, and all you hear from the Republicans of modern day is talking about the Confederates. You don't even hear the right talking about Yankees at all, naming bases at the Confederates, and you go to any Republican gathering, Confederate flags and everything. These are the people you fought a Civil War against. You don't normally see people embracing their enemy so much. I don't think it's possible to look at that and say no party switch happened. I mean, that would literally be like going to a U.S. military base and they got Iraq flags and tributes to Saddam Hussein all over the damn place. It makes no sense unless some kind of mindset switch happened. We can claim there was no switch, but there's no explanation for why the Republicans had a civil war against the Democrats, against the Confederates, and now they're endorsing and showing favoritism to all of their enemies. Something had to switch for that to make sense. Anyway, tap the screen, get the likes up to 50,000, if you will. The Dixiecrats were the Southern conservatives. Yeah, there is a switch. I don't like to really go into the party switch as much because some folks just are. Look, if you don't want to believe something, you're not going to believe it. But there's so many aspects of history where it just makes no sense that, like I said, why would the Republicans get involved in the bloodiest war America's ever had, which is a civil war, because Americans were on both sides? Why would you get involved in the bloodiest war we've ever had and then adopt favoritism to all of the people you fought against, more so than the people that were on your side? You hear more Republicans supporting Confederate generals and folks than they do Yankees, and they were the fucking Yankees. That makes no sense unless some serious change of mindset happen. Anyway, looking in the comments, the Republican Party supports a racial agenda, says Blessing. Yikes. They forgot against ending slavery. They fought against ending slavery. I'll leave it at that. Do your balls hang low? Okay, this is a song, and I'm not even going to go through the whole process of it. I know the song though. It's a racial song, if I'm correct. Confederate flags are stupid and not a symbol of everyone on the right. A lot of these people are identifying with the right because of surface reasons, guns and beer, but they are uneducated. I actually agree with that. I agree with that entire statement. And that's what I was telling her. You can vote for Trump that has nothing to do with racism, things like that. There are legitimate reasons to vote for Trump. Get us up to 50,000. We'll take the next caller shortly. And I'd say that because President Trump made a lot of really good promises. You're hearing some folks like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson and some of these folks and Megyn Kelly, they're pointing out, I thought he was going to do this. I thought he was going to do that. I mean, he made some good promises. He just didn't deliver on them so far. So people may have voted for Trump because of those promises, not necessarily because of racism. Now, I will say this. There are people who vote, and if it's going to happen to somebody else, if the candidate of choice is going to do something awful to other people, but it doesn't apply to them, it's not a deal breaker for them. In other words, there may be people voting for Trump that are not racist, but believe that some of the things he is doing might be racist, and it's not a deal breaker for them because they don't feel like they're going to be affected by it. Now, that means they're no ally to the black community whatsoever. But there are people who look at things like, look, if we vote for Trump, our income, our retirement's going to grow. He's going to do us right by our farms with the tariffs. Maybe he's going to get us out of all of these forever wars, whatever. Yeah, I don't like what he's doing to the African-American community or removing their history. But, that's not my fight. There are people who do think that way. They may not be racist to that community. They just may not care about them at all. There are people like that. It ain't my fight. In fact, I've been told that by some MAGA. It's not my fight. There's plenty of people like that. They'll watch their brothers and sisters perish because it's not being done to them. That does happen. How many folks are looking at some of Trump's policies, like even with ICE and the immigrants, and indicating that I didn't think he was going to go this far. A lot of this stuff is because it was okay to do it to other people and they never thought it would happen to them. Get us up to 50,000 so we can take the next caller. Tap the screen, smash that like button if you're watching on YouTube. You Democrats just got an indictment for funding white supremacists, and it was non-profit, says Moonlight Ace. That is true. You're talking about the Southern Poverty Law Center. My spiel on that, and I'll go ahead and take the next caller. And by the way, help your boy out with the hat and mustache. TikTok cap goals. You know what we asked for. My whole spiel on the Southern Poverty Law Center and that indictment is simple. They're claiming that what they're indicted for is not valid, and they're entitled to their day in court. It's as simple as that. I'm not going to automatically, like the right is saying they're guilty until proven innocent. I say they're innocent until proven guilty. If the Southern Poverty Law Center is saying what's in the indictment is not true, then they're entitled to their day in court. Until that happens, it's just an allegation. Remember, just like the Southern Poverty Law Center was indicted, President Trump got indicted by the Department of Justice as well. You didn't take that at face value. You didn't automatically assume that Trump was guilty when they indicted him. So just like he has his day in court, they have theirs. If it turns out that the Southern Poverty Law Center loses, then you got me on your side. But until that happens, I got to give them their day in court. Let me go back to the box, tap the screen, get us on up to 50 thou, if you will, and we'll make it happen with HUD Bud. Good evening. Welcome to the program, HUD Bud. I think it said, he's a fucking pedo criminal, you dummy. He hasn't been convicted of any of that. He hasn't been convicted of any of that. Like I said, until he gets his day in court and it goes that way, it is what it is. Confederate flags had everything to do with keeping humans as livestock. I agree with that. I certainly agree that if the Confederates had won the Civil War, slavery would have went on a lot longer. And I say that with confidence because you look at how they treated people after losing the war. They still treated them horrible. Just imagine what would have happened if they had won. Tim, what does 187 mean and what is 86? 187 is usually slang for taking somebody's life. Slang for taking somebody's life. 86 is often used in restaurants and things like that, which somebody educated me on the program. You just want to cancel something. 86 doesn't necessarily mean taking somebody's life. 86 can mean canceling something. So difference, big difference. Police use 187. And by the way, just posting 8647 online, that ain't gonna cut it. There's a million things. When they tell you to convict beyond a reasonable doubt, there's no way you can look at 8467 and say, I know beyond a reasonable doubt this is the only thing he meant is he wanted to take the life of President Trump because Caitlin Collins of CNN asked President Trump, did he really think Comey was making a threat on his life? And President Trump even said, I don't know. President Trump said, I don't know. So you got the person that was the perceived victim saying he really didn't know. That ain't going nowhere. That case, the minute it goes before a judge, that ain't going nowhere. That was just, to me, that's a waste of taxpayer money. That case is going nowhere. Mr. Beat, we'll make it happen if we can bring, I'm having trouble bringing up guests. Tap the screen, get us up to 55. 86 means they ran out of something. Yeah, 8647, you got to prove that he meant 86 to take somebody's life. You also got to prove 47 was being used in reference to the president. You can't prove that stuff beyond a reasonable doubt. There's just no way you're going to ever be able to do that. We'll try it again. I'm having trouble bringing up guests. We'll try it again here. Tap the screen, hat, mustache, TikTok cap goes if you will. Thank you for following me. Not the one, not a problem. Stop talking. Name one good Trump policy. Just one stupid. Well, some people favor what he's doing on the border. Some people favor what he's doing with immigration. Some people favor the tariffs. I don't favor the tariffs, but it depends on who you're talking to. We all know what he meant and was saying clever. Stevie D, even if you know that, and I'm not taking that away, you can't prove that, though. You cannot prove that. There are plenty of people that have heard Trump say things, and they were absolutely certain they knew what he meant, and you guys said it meant something else. You can't prove that. Such as the Somalis are garbage. That means something different to you than it does to the minority community. Chicago is a shithole. That means something different to you. The biggest one, a whole civilization will die tomorrow, never to return. MAGA has a different viewpoint of what that means. Meanwhile, the rest of the world took it as he's talking about destroying the whole nation of Iran. So, yeah, we know what it means. We can play this game back and forth. Let me go back to the box. Now you know I had to say this. You wouldn't have problems bringing people up on Clapper. Yeah, you do need to say. Well, TikTok don't normally do this. I don't know why it's doing it now. I don't know. And I'm on Wi-Fi, so I don't know why. I've tried to bring up like 3 or 4 people. I just like the numbers 8 and 6. Just felt like saying, well, like I said, if the man can say a whole civilization will die tonight, and that only meant the Ayatollah, that shows you can play games with all kinds of shit. I don't know why it doesn't work. It works when he does it, but when the Democrats do it, it's got to be specific. No, you don't get away with that. That's not how it works. Love to Cruz. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Takesha wants you to clap her, bring her. What do you mean clap her? What are you talking about? Love the Cruz. Good evening.
Hey, what's going on?
Not much.
Yeah, we love to see Keisha clap. Make her clap.
What does that mean?
Okay, play.
Oh my. Okay.
Yeah.
So did you hear my clip earlier of Byron Donalds and Tim Scott?
Yeah.
Byron Donalds is giving Trump an A on the economy. What say you?
What did I give him?
No. Why would Byron Donalds give President Trump an A on the economy?
He brown nosing. What else he gonna give him? What would you give your boss?
The truth?
Well, that Trump don't want the truth. He wants you to brown nose. So that's what he's doing.
Yeah, but look.
Come on, Tim. Anybody with any common sense, and I'm excluding MAGA. Just say everybody but MAGA.
What are you trying to say? MAGA don't have common sense?
No, they don't.
That's a tad insulting.
It can be you can be whatever you want to take it, but the fact that they can sit up there and believe this man gives an A in his economy. In this time, come on, everybody knows that it doesn't take that serious.
Well,
the man said an A. Nobody takes that serious with MAGA.
I see Lethal Llama says MAGA has zero critical thinking skills. I don't know. I think it's like this. I do agree that there may be some brown nosing, but even if you're my subordinate and I want you to brown nose for me, there should be a limit to don't tell an outright lie that ain't nobody gonna believe. To give Trump an A on the economy, I don't even think most MAGA agree with that. Like you can give him a B.
Whoa, Tim, you said Trump doesn't want him to lie?
Obvious lies. Obvious
lies.
lies.
What you said, Trump does not want him to lie.
Okay. How about this? Now, you're right. I got that wrong. I'm not saying he doesn't want him to lie, but be conservative or be realistic with your lie, if you know what I mean. Okay, like say
you're not gonna win this. Move on to the next subject.
No, I'm talking about don't lie to the point where it's obvious. You're going overboard with it. And I think giving him an A on the economy right now is going overboard with the lie.
So you're saying Donald Trump, who has said numerous lies, is going to tell his people underneath him, don't go overboard with the lies. Is that what you're saying?
You're not making it easy.
Right. Is that what you're saying?
You're not making it easy.
Hey, Grandma, you're still on. Drop a galaxy.
You're not making this. No, don't you do that. Don't you dare do that. How about this? So in the comments, Lethal Llama says MAGA's going down with the ship. I got a clip from Megyn Kelly that's also saying MAGA is done or something like that. You don't buy that, do you?
You know what? At the beginning of the election, I already said that there's a difference between Republicans and MAGA. Okay, now inside MAGA, there are a few people that do have common sense, and they're the ones that are leaving. The true Trump lovers, or whatever you want to call them, they're not going nowhere. And Trump said it.
Yeah.
When a man tells you, I can kill somebody
in the middle of Fifth Avenue. Yeah, he did say that. He absolutely.
Yeah. That's some American gangster type shit,
Why do you think the love and adoration for Trump is that strong that he could say something like that?
Because he also said he wants stupid people, and apparently mission accomplished.
I don't buy that all MAGA are stupid. I don't believe that. I think that they're in it for reasons as well.
Come on, man. I mean, we're at war. I mean, just go down all the promises you made. And out of all the promises you made, maybe one, immigration, is the only one that he may have kept. And if you don't have just a little bit of common sense, and you see all this, how can you sit up there and support the man unless you're a dumbass too?
Well, I can't argue with it totally because he did break a significant amount of his campaign promises, and others have not been delivered on yet. However, I will counter by saying many folks believe that this woman here was going to destroy the country. So even though Trump may not be doing the best job, had they put her in, the country would be in tatters right now. How do you respond to that?
I think that's bullshit too. I don't think we'll be at war. I don't think gas will be as high as it is. I think food will be down. I think now the problem is they don't like her policies, especially Republicans. It isn't just MAGA, the Republicans.
Yeah.
Because she is on a social policy thing, and that's what they didn't like.
True.
They didn't like the idea of helping people that have needs and everything. So that's the problem with her.
I got a viewer. Zanadian Creative says Kamala Harris put more black men in prison.
Look here, if you didn't break the law, your punk ass wouldn't be in prison.
Mm.
I mean, it's just that simple. Everybody, she put more black men in prison. No, black men put black men in prison. Don't do the time. That's all.
Yeah, you know something? You make a good point, because when it comes to Kamala Harris or Joe Biden in the crime bill, it's the first time I've ever heard the right actually sympathizing with incarcerated black men. Usually their statement is exactly what you said. Don't do the crime if you can't do the time. Don't run away from accountability. But all of a sudden, because Biden or Kamala Harris may be responsible for them being incarcerated, now they're actually siding with the inmate. You don't see it in any other example.
But it's simple. You know, that's her job. And you go before, then obviously you broke the law.
Yeah.
And for you to go before the head prosecutor, you did some major shit. Not just any type of things, major.
Yeah, I would tend to think that when Kamala Harris and Joe Biden were actually in their prime doing that stuff, the same folks that are criticizing them now would have been celebrating what they're doing. You're taking criminals off the street. All of a sudden now, because it is politically advantageous to criticize, that they're on the other side of it. But I don't recall hearing a whole lot of Republicans speaking out against the crime bill or out against Kamala Harris when she was actually doing that stuff.
I'd be willing to bet you, if you poll the Republicans and even some MAGA on their honest day, I'd be willing to bet you they'd be like, I wish we did have Vice President in right now.
What? No.
Yes.
You believe if I polled some Republicans, they would be saying they would rather have put Kamala Harris in there?
On their honest day, not just trying to be vindictive, but being totally honest. Yeah.
I think, if anything, they would be more likely to say out of the other 9, and I see somebody says holy coconut. I think what the Republicans, the ones that are not happy with Trump, like the Marjorie Taylors and all them, I think they would be more likely to say, I wish we had voted for one of the other 9 Republican candidates. You know, Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley, Chris Christie. I don't think they're going to want to go left, but I think they believe that they could have probably chose somebody better than Trump on the right, because Trump is not a conservative. If you're a traditional conservative, what he is doing, this is not traditional Romney, Bush, McCain, Reagan conservatism. He's not a conservative.
What he's doing, nobody has ever done. I mean, Trump's in a class by himself. There's no other example of a president doing this.
Yeah.
He's by himself. I don't know if you call him a conservative, a Republican, a Democrat, but most of the time I just call him a moron.
Well, I'm going to say what Gangster Grandma would have said, would say one area where I do agree with her. If I'm just being honest, and I know some of my MAGA folks are not gonna like it. Tap the screen, by the way, get the likes on up. I need some of you folks on YouTube, particularly, to smash that like button. It helps out the algorithm. If you're watching on YouTube, we're MAGA friendly. No matter what we say, we're always MAGA friendly. We'll bring you up as well. We don't censor you because you lean right. And thank you, Travelman, for that Egyptian beautifying item there. Thank you. I will say this though. If you're a white male in just the hierarchy of being so matters, yeah, you stand to gain a lot voting for Trump. And I think that may have more to do with it than anything, because he is, for the most part, offering to put white males back in a hierarchy position. He's not going to come out and say that, but you're rolling back DEI and Voter Rights Act and Black history issues and going back to Confederate stuff. I mean, everything he's doing is showing that it is making America great again in the eyes of that particular group of people. It is, the country was greater for them than it is now because they had a hierarchy. I mean, when you look at the people in the military that Pete Hegseth had fired, a large contingent of them are minorities. I mean, so he is meeting that promise of making America great again. It's just for one particular segment of the population. So I understand totally why they're voting for him, even if the economy is suffering, even if we're going to war and he didn't favor that. At the end of the day, I'm looking out for you, and you may be on top of everybody else. I understand it. I don't favor it, but I understand it. So
this is where we disagree at. The upper echelon of white men, the ones with billionaires and millionaires, I really, and I could be wrong, and I know Chat's probably gonna get on me pretty good. I don't think they're that prejudiced. You know who's prejudiced and racist? Is the poor ones. They're the ones. The ones that are making money, the reason they voted for Donald Trump is for taxes, and he's gonna make us more money, and that's all they were concerned about. They're not concerned about
yeah, but if you get rid of, if you're attacking DEI and you're attacking historical monuments that are that are attributed to African Americans, you're talking about getting rid of Juneteenth, it's pretty obvious you're doing more than just going poor versus wealthy. Why would you start getting rid of certain holidays and shit? I mean, what sense does it make to do that? Or you used to be able to get in free to national parks, and you still can on the holidays, except he got rid of Martin Luther King Day, but now you can get in free on his birthday. What is the purpose of doing that?
Who calls themselves MAGA? Have you ever heard of a millionaire, billionaire actually say that they were not associated with Trump, but just say a regular millionaire, billionaire making a lot of money? They don't say they're MAGA. MAGA people are the poor, dumbass motherfuckers. And they're the ones where he takes away black rights and he does this where they're happy. And they keep on voting for Trump. The rich people are only going to vote for Trump because of what he's doing for their pocket.
But
you think Walmart and them, really want to hurt black people when close to 70% of their customer base is black? You think they want us?
Well, listen, even during the time of Jim Crow, there were white businesses that had a large black customer base. There may be other. Maybe I don't want you going to maybe I don't want your kids going to schools with me, or I don't want you moving in my neighborhoods. There could absolutely be still reasons, even if you're super wealthy.
Man, look here. I know some. I know, and I'm not just throwing names out or saying I'm this and that because I'm not. I know a few millionaires, and they're not on that type of shit. They're on their bottom dollar, and however they can make more. You know, you think all these white, just say sports teams, all these rich billionaire owners, you think they want to see all their black players get crucified or upset? Hell no. What makes their team go along?
Yeah, but you also are talking about a very small portion of voters, of Trump supporters, period. Most voters are not rich. You're talking about the 1%. Most voters are not in that category.
You're talking about the ones that are poor are the ones that react to when Donald Trump does this stuff, and they're happy.
Yeah,
I'm saying the 1% who are rich, they're not concerned with that. They're more concerned with the big beautiful bill and things of taxes and things like that. They're not concerned with this dumb shit. These are the poor MAGA, like straight dumbass talking, and your conservative.
I think it's primarily the impoverished, as you're pointing out, but I do believe there's some wealthy people that are in that category as well. I don't think the wealthy are all just focused on money in their customer base. I think some of them are in that category as well.
I don't know about that. Well, yeah, but I'm not. The only thing that's 100% is death. I'm not saying everybody is like that. I'm saying the majority. Okay, so yeah, you might find some people. Okay, yeah, they might be a little racist or whatever, but I'm saying the majority of the ones that are making money, the ones that are making money, guess what they make money off of? They make money off of us. We're the ones that control the economy. Black people control the economy.
No, that ain't true. There's plenty of places.
That is true.
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. There are places that black people don't even fucking live. How are they controlling the economy there?
That doesn't control the economy. What about Jordans? Who wears most of the Jordans?
Bringing up Jordans? I have never owned a pair of Jordans. I have never owned a pair of Jordans in my life. What are you talking about?
Like your grandma said, you're a white dude anyway. All the name brand. No, let's put it like this: name brand and designer stuff. Who gets this? Who buys that stuff?
We buy a lot of it.
We buy all of it. We buy all of it, Tim. I know, like I said, I know some white guys who are really rich, man. And you know what they walk around in? JCPenney shirts, JCPenney slacks. You know what I mean? We're the ones with the gold and the fur coats and the designer stuff. We do that. If black people did a week of not spending no money, just say on food, that's it, this economy would go down quick.
Oh yeah, but that would apply to anybody. I mean, African Americans represent what, 13 to 16% of the population. If 13 to 16% of the white people didn't buy anything, the economy would go down really quick. That's gonna be anywhere.
No one. No one.
If 13 to 16% of white Americans didn't buy anything, it wouldn't affect the economy.
No.
You gotta be crazy.
The white people, they don't spend like us, Tim. They do not spend like us. They go get a tomato and cheese sandwich.
Who the fuck eat tomato and cheese? Tomato and cheese. What the fuck is that?
And they're all right.
Nobody eats. Listen, I know a whole bunch of BBW white women that eat meat. They ain't eating no tomato and cheese.
Man, they eat tomato and cheese sandwiches, man.
I gotta move it on, but that is funny as hell. I disagree, but I'll leave it at that. Love the cruise. Appreciate you coming on. Tomato and cheese. Thank you. All right, moving on with the program. Real quick, somebody made a statement. Cream Puff said, what black rights were taken away? I'm not aware that any black rights were taken away, but I don't think you need to really go that far. I think just simply put 20,000 Caucasians in a room together and have them come up with 5 issues that they believe are most important to running this country. Put 20,000 African Americans in a room together and have them do the same. Put 20,000 Hispanics in the room and have them do the same. Thank you, Alter Ego. Appreciate that love. Alter Ego with the cap, TikTok cap. Thank you very much, by the way. But you put these different groups. Let's say you go rent out an auditorium, you put 20,000 Hispanics in there, and they come up with 5 important issues that run this country. You do the same with blacks. You do the same with whites. When you listen to Trump, it's going to be pretty obvious where his loyalty is to. Almost every issue that the black people think is important, Trump is probably going to be saying that's not much of an issue. You know, whether we're talking about racism or systemic racism or how to police or, some of the social issues, gun control shit. He ain't gonna be on none of that stuff. So the point is, does he really need to take your rights away? If he's literally anti every issue, and I said 5, you could probably go as far as 10 or 15, and he would be on the opposite side of that. He's not going to agree with the African American community on much at all. I mean, you heard him asked about after the George Floyd case about, people being, blacks being shot by cops, and he said more white people were being shot by cops. He just pretty much blew her off. So that's the point. You don't need to take any of your rights away. Just, he's not on your side. He don't, and I'm talking about on your side in terms of the issues. The issues that the African American community speak out. He's on the opposing side of all of those issues. You leave it at that. When you listen, let's take Black MAGA into consideration. If you were to take the issues that Black MAGA speak out on and just write them on paper so you didn't know where they came from, you wouldn't think it was a black person. Because their issues are on the same side that he's on. I mean, you would not think the issues that Black MAGA speak out on are, I mean, you talk to Tim Scott, racism ended hundreds of years ago. He would not be in the same auditorium. In the comments, who the fuck is this house Negro? Says Zay. Zay, I suppose you're not trying to be racist. Man, I lived in the village and I'm cracker white and was broke as a joke. Wish I had that privilege card. It's what you want in your world. Live between the notes. I don't look when it comes to privilege. I don't look. I don't know why people automatically take privilege and tie it into wealth or acquisitions. I mean, if I'm walking out of Walmart with a bag with a bunch of groceries and you're walking out of Walmart, and every time I walk out, they want to see my receipt and go through all my shit, and they don't care to look at yours. It ain't got nothing to do with our income. They just happen to be stopping me and letting you go by. I mean, there are plenty of situations where I could be homeless walking the street at night, and the cops are fucking with me for loitering, and they're letting you walk the street. Privilege ain't got nothing to do with money. There's plenty of ways you can be broke as a joke and still have privilege. So I don't know why people, I grew up poor, I had to struggle. It got nothing to do with that. I mean, there were dirt poor white people during slavery, during Jim Crow. You're gonna tell me they didn't have any privileges over blacks back then because they were poor? It got nothing to do with that. So, I mean, being impoverished is not the whole story on that. Let me go back to the box. We'll make it happen with Travelman. Black MAGA, you can tell, are intelligent. They are not fooled by Democrats' crap. As one black man said, he never met a poor black Republican. That's, there may be some validity to that. When it comes to black Republicans, they do tend to be better off, but I don't think it's because they vote Republican. And by the way, I've had people tell me that if you actually ran a program where you were pro-Republican, you'd make a lot more money on social media. And I agree with that. I do agree with that. Travelman, good evening.
Hey, what's going on, bro?
Not much at all. Black Republicans, you never met a black Republican. Does that ring true in your world as well?
Yeah, pretty much so.
Yeah. Why do you think that is? That's a great point.
They're all into six figures. I know that.
Why do you think that is?
Because I think they lose. Sometimes, people lose sight of where they came from. They get caught up in where they're at and the material things that they've achieved, and then they think that they're actually operating in a colorblind society until they get pulled over. And then they realize, oh shit, I'm black, If they don't, just a slight hesitation of anything, and then next thing you know, boom, they got a problem,
Yeah,
for some reason or another, not only, go ahead.
But is it possible that maybe it would be better for blacks financially if they lean to the right? If most blacks that are on the right are earning more and making more, maybe it's something blacks need to look at.
Yeah, but isn't it also possible that they were more successful under Democratic administrations? If black folks were more successful under Republican administration, don't you think we would be over that weight? I mean, think about it. the most jobs that's been created over the last 30 years or whatever. There's more jobs being created during a Democratic administration than during a Republican administration.
Yeah.
Now we have received one thing we're guaranteed of when a Republican becomes president. We're guaranteed at least one tax cut. I think under Bush we got 3. Under Trump we got 1, and then they just did the one where they made it permanent. But for regular folks, that shit will have a sunset period. Same thing with the tax on tips. That's a gimmick. I mean, you can call it what you want. You know, what a lot of people don't realize is that, we're not going to tax. Anytime you remove taxes from income, you're also affecting what was taken out for Medicare and what might be taken out for Social Security, things of that nature. You know, so you might want to look at that down the road. But the bottom line is, you know, for some reason or another, Black MAGA seem to think that we operate in a colorblind society and that, hey, I made it. They got the same mentality like when white folks look at one of us and say, oh, well, look at you, you made it. Why come they can't do it? You know?
Yeah. I would say, and I kind of agree that, most Black Republicans are better off. I'm kind of with you on it. I don't think it's that they're better off because of Republican policies. I mean, they just figured out a way, maybe went to school, worked hard or whatever, and they acquired their wealth. And then once they got their wealth, they became Republican because it helps you keep your wealth. But I don't believe Republican policies are why they became wealthy to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when you take a look at right now, you know, we have freaking billionaires are actually running the country. And so as a result of that, you see what's going on right now. The last time we were probably in a period like this was back during Rockefeller and Carnegie and Ford, when those guys were going at it, and they actually managed to put the person they wanted to be president. They actually managed to get him elected. You know, I think that's the last time we was probably operating at that level. But look at where we're at now. You know, I think I saw where Trump has made $3 billion off of crypto, but the common people, the people, everyday people that bought his meme coin, they've lost like $3 trillion or something like that. So
he's making money off crypto, but the people buying his crypto are losing.
The millionaires are making, the billionaires are making money. Okay, because they bought it at $10 and everybody else, you know, the common folks bought it at $30 or $40, and now it's down to $3.
Wow. And sexy, I don't see you.
How about I just throw a galaxy to throw me?
Apparently so, and I don't see her in the request. Real quick before we continue, though, in the comments, someone said that when we were, this is coming from I can't see the rest of that name, but he says when we were under Biden, we were all broke. Were you worse off financially under Biden than Trump?
No,
I wasn't either. I don't see that.
This is the thing. From the minute Biden got in office, right off the bat, even though we coming out of the C-19, right off the bat, they started attacking the economy from day one.
Yeah.
From day one, they started attacking the economy, and then now it's like, oh, well, we had high inflation under Biden. Okay, well, why did we have high inflation? What caused it? Okay, it wasn't just Biden policies. Okay, because they love to bring up eggs, but they never say, well, you know, we had avian flu, bird flu, and they got rid of millions of chickens. That caused the price of eggs to go up. They never say that. They never say how the supply chain was broken. It was seriously, when you shut the world down, China, all that stuff was broken. Everybody in the house, when all this money come out, they want to spend money and travel to everything, and that causes a shortage of things, causes inflation. But they won't put it all on Biden. Biden didn't raise any taxes.
Yeah.
He didn't raise any taxes.
Yeah, I wasn't.
He didn't fuck over the farmers.
Yeah, I haven't seen my finances get better under Trump. I wasn't broke under Biden. So I don't agree that Biden's policies were hurting everybody to the degree where they're saying that all of a sudden Trump is helping.
He's a black president. That's what it is. They didn't like his ass because he was a black president. But he did a lot for black people. Let's keep it a buck. Now, I came up here for a reason, not to disrespect not disrespect none of y'all, but yeah, Tim, I'm coming for your ugly
What's
ass.
up, gangster grandma? How you doing?
Hi, how you doing, baby? Now, Tim, I'm sick of your ugly fat ass.
Why can't I be attractive and skinny?
No, I'm so sick of your ugly ass. Let me tell you something. They are taking our rights away as black people and brown people. They are. You know what? Get that smirk off.
What the hell? What rights have you lost as a black person under Trump? What is he taking away?
Okay, let me tell you, they're doing it right now. You know what they're doing in Louisiana right now? You know what they're doing right now? They're stopping the voting right now. They're gerrymandering right now. They want to stop people from voting right now.
So in other
That's
words,
right.
so in other words, you haven't. So in other words, you haven't lost any rights. You're saying they may do it in the
What are you
future.
talking about? That's a vote.
I just asked you. They haven't done it yet. You're saying they're taking.
They are doing it. Tim, comprehend this. I know you like the white cock so bad. You like it up your ass without lube. I know you like it like that. I know you like to drink the bleach. I know you like it. House Ninja, I know it. Yes, master, but go Google it. They are taking people's rights right now, black and brown. They are trying to gerrymander. They are doing it right now. They are stopping the election right now in Louisiana.
Other than the
Someone's at
votes,
the front door.
other than votes, what else are you? Give me another right they're taking
That's a
away.
white woman for you. Go get her. Yes, master. She might have you uncooked meat for you.
It might be the
You know what I mean?
It may be the
She
mail.
might cook you some uncooked chicken.
That could be the mail.
Well, I feel sorry for whoever go. Never mind. I have to be nice.
Why are you so mean? Why are you like that?
You know why I'm so mean?
Because
Our people have fought and died to get our rights, our voting, and everything else. And now the white team, man, let's make America great, is taking everything from us. That's why I'm pissed the fuck off. And there's people like you and black maggots that thinking, oh, it's nothing serious.
I think
And it very much so. If they can stop the elections in Louisiana, they're not going to stop. Tim?
I think you blame too many of the black problems on the white man.
Tim! You know what? Oh, my God. So help me God. If I was right there, I would be going to jail on God. Let me tell you. Does it feel good to be fucked by a white man? Does it really feel good, Tim?
I think
Does
you
it?
are
I mean,
more.
you're so made of Peter. No, let me tell you, we are losing our rights. And if you think, I already told you.
Give me
First
some
go
rights
around,
we're losing.
I did. Voting.
Other
What are
than
you
that,
talking about?
I disagree with that. Give me another one.
What do you mean you disagree?
Give me another one.
Women's rights. Black women.
Wait, hold on.
I'm peace.
Women didn't lose their rights. Women voted for that shit to happen to themselves.
The white teen women did.
They're women. They took Gangsta Grandma off. I don't, they didn't like her. Gangsta Grandma got taken.
Yeah.
It happens. All right.
That happens. Hey, so Tim, take a look at what we have going on right now. Basically, like what she was saying, they have basically. So they come back and say, well, the Voting Rights Act is still there, but they have basically gutted it. I mean, it's just there. Like a letterhead.
Listen. When it comes to losing rights, I know removing rolling back the voter rights is not going to be favorable to blacks. I'm not going to pretend like I don't see that. But she said rights, so she's saying other things happening too, and I don't know about that. But yeah, I know the Voting Rights Act, when they rolled that back, it was put in place because black people were not getting a fair shake. So removing it's like anything. If DEI was put in place for a reason, when you get rid of it, the reason it was put in place is going to come back. I mean, it's as simple as that.
Yeah, but they didn't. But what they got rid of. They got rid of the protections is what they got rid of. That's what's in the Voting Rights Act. Yeah. It's the protections to stop them from doing the things that they were doing. And right off the bat, the first time when they did it, when versus Holder, immediately you had about 4 southern states that automatically started putting in voter suppression stuff right off the bat. Yeah. Now you got the same thing happening. As a matter of fact, you got the Speaker of the House is saying, hey, we need to get this stuff gerrymandered before the midterm.
Yeah, but the problem is
This is what they're going to do.
Yeah, but this is what I tried to tell Gangsta Grandma earlier is that this actually opens up the door for it to be used against the Republicans too. I mean, the Democrats can yeah, so it ain't like this is going to only. It will work against minorities in the South, but it's not to suggest that in Democrat states the Democrats can't use it in their favor. This is the same thing when he had them gerrymandered Texas. Other states started using it, and it didn't go in his favor. So now they're going it is. I mean, so what they should have did is quit fucking with the election. I'll tell you this: when Trump won in 2024. He won fair and square, all of that shit. He didn't say nothing about the maps are fucked up or we need to. He was happy with it. Now that he's at risk of losing, now he wants the maps gerrymandered. I mean, it's obvious what's going on. He was happy winning under those maps. Now all of a sudden he's changing them because now that he's been in there, his performance is leading people to not be happy with him. So he's not going to change the map so that the people that are unhappy don't hurt him as much.
But see, Tim, this is the thing. You're right. In any other time, they could probably get away with this to their advantage. But right now, everything is so jacked up. There is a good possibility that they can gerrymander. Only way they could keep the House is if they are so blatant with it that they do something illegal. Because right now, the world hates us. We're in a standoff with Iran, and a blockade is actually an act of war. Okay, you got gas up like I don't know what. They still holding the interest rate steady, so that's a good thing. The food is up, everything is up. You know, and Congress they just took off on another freaking break. So all this stuff, and you know what? They cannot blame anybody because they control everything.
Well, expect that to happen regardless. Travelman, I do got to move it on, but they're gonna play the blame game no matter what.
I don't think they're gonna. You know what, Tim? Even diehards, you can believe it, but the facts don't lie. That's it right there. The facts don't lie.
Good luck with that. Good luck with getting people to actually adhere to the facts and actually look at those. I mean, they don't always see that.
MAGA don't give a damn. They ain't going to hear to nothing. But I'm not talking about MAGA. I'm talking about, like, they have lost independence.
Yeah.
They have lost independence, you know. So, that's it. But, you know, Gangsta Grandma interrupted me, so we'll talk another time.
All right. Appreciate it, Travelman. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. And listen, like I said, when Trump won in 2024, he was telling you he won by a landslide, too big to rig, all this stuff. He was completely happy with the results. Not once did he say the maps are not right or, you know, things are gerrymandered or things was not fair. All of a sudden now he's in there and the economy is not as strong as people would like, or we're at war. And the political analysts are telling him he may lose in the midterms, and suddenly he's changing the maps. Here's what I don't like. This is the guy that came down the golden escalator and announced to the country the system was rigged. He used Bernie Sanders as an example. We need to fix this rigged system. And to me, now that we're in a gerrymandering war all over the country, the system is now more rigged than it was when he came down the golden escalator. There is absolutely no way we're going to vote in November and people are going to say that was a fair and square election. They've made so many changes all over the place in Republican and liberal states. People are going to bitch and say the election was not fair. To make all of these changes less than a year before the midterms, to have the president on record saying I deserve 5 more seats, there is no way in hell this election is going to go down and people are going to say, yeah, that was fair and square. Doesn't matter who loses. They're going to say they got cheated. There should be a law how close you can do this shit to an actual election. There's just no way in hell we should be having a gerrymandering war 6 months before the midterms. There's no way anybody is going to accept this as a fair election with all that going on. Yep, I really do love this woman says Hanson conservative where she got banned, I think, or blocked rather. I think there might be something wrong with me. What's wrong? Did you like Gangsta Grandma? Yeah, I don't think that they should have had a gerrymandering war before the election. In the comments, I'm out. This is the dumbest conversation I've heard in a while. I wish you could come up there, Rod, suggesting that the conversation is dumb. You could correct it. You know we don't block, ban, or censor. He could have came up. He made it rigged, you retard, says Rod. All right, well, I'll leave it at that. Nobody's denying anybody to vote. No, nobody's being denied the right to vote, SLC. What they're doing is they're reducing the value of your vote. That's what they're doing. Let's say, I'll give you an example of how things might go. I'll see if I can draw this real quick. And I mean, I'll draw it and hold it up. I'm going to draw it in a simple way because I know sometimes my screen is reversed. Tap the screen, get us up to 80,000. I'll take the next caller at 80,000. But I want to draw something for you just briefly. Now, just putting a circle on a page, if you can see it, this camera here is terrible, but just putting a circle on the page, there's no way you're going to be able to see it. I can see now that my camera's not good enough. But what I was going to do, and I don't appear to have a magic marker around here to make a bigger ink print on the page. But the circle was representing a city. I'll see if I can draw it a little darker so you can see it. So let's say this circle represents a city. The city is blue. The city votes blue. All around this, suburbs are red. All this is conservative area outside the city. This fictional example. This is how the vote goes down. Now, when you decide to gerrymander, as opposed to just having the two districts that I just gave you, one in the circle, one outside the circle, if you draw it up like this, now all of a sudden, this area shares with this red area here. My hand is moving there we go. So now all of a sudden, this area that was red is also part of this area that's blue. And this is a bigger area. This is a bigger area. So now because all of you are in this same area, this whole area can go red because there's more red in this area than there is blue. So, and that could happen to all of these areas because in each one of these areas, now the red area is bigger than the blue. That's how you can gerrymander a district. It's just change it that simple. All you got to do is add a bunch of Republicans, make it so your district now has a bunch of Republican voters in it, even though they may have nothing in common with the people that's in that. Like in this case, the people in the city have a whole different mindset than people in the suburbs. So they're going to vote for things that are completely different than what's going on in the city. But that city now is going to be considered red because, and I believe they've done Austin, Texas like this. When Trump had the, what do you call it? When he fought to get the 5 extra seats in Texas, they gerrymandered the most Democrat city in Texas, which is Austin. So now it appears that Austin is going to be possibly going red. That's not a red city. But I'm just showing you how they can do this shit so that, you're not taking away black votes at all. You're just going to make it so that they're going to be governed by people that they don't always agree with, governed by people that they don't vote for, because you're going to add a multitude of those people into their district and they're going to vote their way. That's the difference. So you didn't take away the black vote, you just significantly weakened it to the point where it's not going to matter as much. You're going to be in the minority in your district. That goes both ways and has for a long time, says Will. Yeah, but it was done every 10 years based on the census. What Trump has done is created a gerrymandering war. You didn't normally have people gerrymandering just because the president said he wanted it. And now they're gerrymandering in revenge to what the president is doing. This isn't the same as you're right, gerrymandering has always happened, but not to this level. What this is doing is deliberately rigging elections. I mean, not only am I saying it's rigged, they're admitting it. They're admitting it. Gavin Newsom admitted it. President Trump admitted it. They're admitting it in Virginia. They're admitting it. They're admitting they're rigging elections. When you start fucking with the outcome of an election before the people even vote, then yeah, you're basically saying, like when Trump said, I want 5 extra seats. He didn't tell the people, I need you to vote for me so I win 5 extra seats. He went to the governor, said, fix your state, so no matter what happens in the election, I get 5 extra seats. How is that not rigging? You can predict ahead of time before the election takes place that you're going to get 5 seats? How is that not rigging? Lorian in the comments said that's not true. How is that not rigging? You're telling the governor of a state, I want 5 extra seats. The voters have nothing to do with it. How is that not rigging? You explain that to me. Looking in the comments here, California and Virginia took it to the voters. Red states did not. Yeah, that's true. But even still, you ask the voters, is it okay if we rig this election because of what they did? It's still rigging the election. You just took it to the voters and asked them if it's okay to do it. It's still rigging the election, though. When you know ahead of time what the results are likely going to be before the election, then it's rigged. It's like anything else. If you know who's going to win a fight before the fight takes place, then the fight is rigged. Let me go back to the box. We'll make it happen with Outlaw. Help your boy out with the TikTok cap and had mustache ghost. Louisiana shut down their early voting. And they're doing the same thing in Louisiana. They're doing the same thing in Louisiana. So it's basically a gerrymandering or election rigging war going on. Trump started it. The Democrats are following up, but both sides are now rigging the election. There's just no way in hell we're going to vote in November and people are going to be like, okay with the results. You're going to have people crying fried, down ballot shit. Fucking Liberian is saying she got cheated out of votes. I mean, it's going to be ridiculous because of what he's done. I don't want to start yelling civil war and all this other crazy shit, but that was not good. I mean, look, even if you do want to do some bullshit and get 5 extra seats, you make that phone call to Governor Greg Abbott of Texas in private, or you fly down there and meet with him and have dinner and say some shit. To go on the internet, a president going on the internet and publicly saying, I deserve 5 extra votes. Damn. Let me go back to the box. We'll make it happen with Takesha Bowie. Good evening. Welcome to the program, Takesha. Am I missing the boat here in suggesting that we're having an election rigging war right now?
Well, first of all, Donald Trump had already planned on stealing it. And then the Democrats who used to just sit down and take it decided to fight back this time. So yeah, we're in a war with election rigging. But I want to address something right quick, Tim, before we get into that. Tim, if you finna build something and the Supreme Court blocked the permit that you need for the construction of what you're going to build,
okay,
who shut down the project, Tim?
The Supreme Court did. Well, whoever took the case and ended up winning in the Supreme Court.
But who shut down if the Supreme Court blocked the permit?
Well, the courts are going to do it.
Okay, the courts did that, right?
Yeah.
That's the argument I'm trying to get these people to understand. Biden came in office, the permit had already been blocked. All he did was pull the already blocked permit. There was nothing they could do with construction if the permit has already been blocked. You cannot start construction because the permit was blocked. And that happened in 2020 under Donald Trump. Is when the Supreme Court did that. The Democrats did not go to court about that. The people that own the land did. So my thing is this, Tim. They already said that when the pipeline was finished, Tim, it was going to be taking tar sands to Canada.
Did that pipeline court, did that go all the way to the Supreme Court, or was it?
They did it in 2020. Is when the Supreme Court blocked the permit that stopped the construction. Yeah. It's easy to look up, Tim.
Well, and look, I'm not disagreeing with you or arguing with you. This is why I always give President Trump credit, is because he speaks out on shit like that to the point where, because there's a lot of uneducated voters, a lot of people who don't research shit or only watch media on one side of the aisle. President Trump talks so much, you have no choice but to hear what he says. Biden wouldn't do that. So there are people who do not know what you just said. So they
Because
believe
I'm
it's
not
Biden's
finna
fault.
I'm not finna keep arguing with Cedric in the comments, Tim. All you gotta do is type in what year did the Supreme Court block the permit for the Keystone XL pipeline. It will give.
Did she get a?
No, I'm sorry,
Okay.
my phone went to the left.
Yeah.
But I'm not finna keep arguing with Cedric because enough is enough. They're just like me, okay, and then it wasn't even halfway done. They're just like me saying, Tim, I'm gonna bake you a cake, and only the top of my stove work because the oven don't. How I'm gonna bake you a cake, Tim, if the oven don't work?
That would be challenging. That would be
How we
challenging.
gonna get oil from a pipeline that wasn't even finished and wouldn't have been finished by now? How we gonna get oil from it, Tim?
But
And it's going to Canada.
this is what I'm talking about. Just like folks believe that Kamala Harris was the border czar. I mean, the Democrats let the Republicans brand them, and they didn't do a good enough job getting out there. So people do believe Biden's the reason the pipeline was closed. Because
Tim, let
I'm
me
just
ask you a
telling you.
question. Tell me what sense this makes. She must not understand pipelines can be rerouted. Tim, you see why I said they dumb as hell?
I'm just saying.
Do you see why?
Yeah, I get it. Yes, I do get it.
Dumbass folks, Tim.
Yeah, I do get it. But see, Trump gets up there and he holds rallies even while he's president, and he makes sure people get the message that he wants them to believe, even if it ain't true. He says shit over and over again, whereas Biden was on TV once every 2 or 3 months, and you're letting the Republican Party just brand you any way they want. And that's what ended up happening to him.
See how I got a violation?
And yeah, somebody hating on you. Somebody hating
It was
on you.
Cedric, because he's the only one I'm talking about. It was him. It was him, Tim. Tim, that's why people don't need to say nothing to you. And then when you say something back, they want to get an attitude and report you. That makes absolutely no sense. If you don't want me to say nothing to you or about you, don't say nothing to me or about me.
Well, he's claiming he didn't do it.
Child, please. Anyway, Tim, back to what I was saying. Because, hey, I get violations all the time.
So let me ask you this. Do you agree with the likes of Gangsta Grandma that we're losing rights as African Americans under Trump?
Well, kind of, yeah. Because what the Supreme Court did was really taking away the black representation. But I knew this was coming. That's why I was telling black people, while y'all around here, some of y'all excited about what's going on with the immigrants, they don't need to be here. I say you're next. Because if we be honest, Tim, they don't want us here either. Tim, they don't want us here. But they'll take the fact that we can't even represent ourselves with a vote. They'll take that. Because how we going to have some say-so?
So let me ask you, if we end up having a MAGA world, you know, the way the country is desired, let's say Trump and MAGA get the country the way they've wanted in their wildest dreams, what would the country be like in your opinion?
All white. All white. All white. And guess what we're going to do? Take every invention that we made, we taking it with us to Africa, and we're going to build up over there. And we're going to let them be over here and try to find a way to recreate it.
How does that work? Because there are a lot of whites that are family members with blacks, married to blacks, have black children.
And
You think MAGA wants their own family? I mean, there are
we'll
black
let
people.
them come with us. We'll let them come with us.
What?
We'll let them come with us.
Wait. And so if an artist, let's say Byron Donalds, he's black, they gonna kick him out? Tim Scott?
Let me say this. Let me say this. He can't come. He white. Byron Donalds. Listen. Byron Donalds and Gummaria. I'm gonna say what I call Tim Scott. I call him gonorrhea, cause them gums got a hold of disease. But all that stuff he talk about, Trump done performed a miracle, and we've got a great economy, and Trump's doing an awesome job. It's just wonderful what he's done. You know, it's a miracle. Tim, shut up. The two blackest men that do the most sucking up didn't even get a position in the cabinet, and they still around here simping for Donald Trump.
Well, and they just, oh my God, they took her off, and I think they done fucked up my program for having guests for a few days. They claimed that Takesha had a violation, and she didn't. She didn't say anything other than criticizing politicians. That's what we do here. So unfortunately for TikTok, it took the sound as well. Let me reset the live on TikTok because it took the sound out, which basically means it's going to stop me from taking callers on TikTok for a day or two unless I appeal it. Let me see here. Yep, it says multi-guest restricted for 3 days. Let me and I'm not. We've been here long enough that I'm going to take comments and read your comments and answer to them, but it makes no sense to. Hang on a second. I'm not going to go back and start up. I'm not going to go and go over to my other platform, but I am going to start this one back up just to let people know what happened. So bear with me. If you're watching me on TikTok or Instagram, bear with me for a minute. Get a cell phone, Tim. Look, there's no way to support me through I thought about getting phones and Zoom and all that. There's no way to support the program that way. I mean, so because that's an added cost. If there's a way to because I would like to talk to a hell of a lot more MAGA as well, but if there's a way to do it and support the program, I'd do it. So let me go back. TikTok is back up, but I'm not going to be able to take any guests. So I'll let folks know when they're seeing it in the comments. If you're for you folks that are filtered in on TikTok, they took down the live guest aspect of it. So I'll end up appealing it, but right now I can't take live guests on there. No sound on TikTok wouldn't happen on Clapper, says Handsome. There's not enough people on Clapper. That's the problem, Handsome Conservative. There's not enough people to successfully run it. Well, I could have it as a side device. Because when we were on Clapper, it just wasn't enough people there. But in the comments, Wood West Forever or something. You ask why. Somebody must have reported in Takesha. They gave her a bunch of violations, and as a result, they took down the multi-guests. So I can't bring up guests. Takesha was cooking, so they tried to silence her. Yeah. So that's what happened. So I read some of your comments and respond in kind. She talked about sending blacks to Africa, and AI said it was a violation. Really? That's it? I mean, we literally are deporting people to Africa. It's just brown people. We literally are doing that. Kilmar Abrego Garcia is a perfect. I mean, that's no longer far-fetched anymore. We literally are doing that. I mean, so, and nothing I can say about that one. But yeah, they took down the live access. Anytime they didn't take down the live access. They took down my ability to take callers for 3 days. And when they do that, in the middle of a live, it makes the live mute. So that people who are watching, like, what the hell happened? It just muted. So I just started it back up. So that's what ended up happening. We are on Instagram. If you want to come over to Instagram or Substack, same name, Handsome Liberal. I'll bring up a guest in a minute. Yes, but I can subscribe to your channel on Clapper. Oh, I didn't know that. You may have said the magic words, Handsome Conservative. I may have to do that immediately, if not sooner. I'm sorry, but no Black American is going to Africa. Let's be honest. Look, I want to agree with you, Kevin Wilson. I don't see any reason not to yet. But Trump is doing a lot of things that I would have said are not. I wouldn't have thought President Trump would be deporting people to Africa that were not from Africa. I'll submit to you this: if we had said that if you reelect Trump, he's going to be deporting immigrants to Africa, the right would have said you're fear-mongering. He ain't going to do nothing like that. There's a lot of things that Trump is doing the whole Iran war. Would you have believed somebody saying that if you reelect President Trump, he's going to threaten to take Greenland, he's going to start a war with Iran, he's going to get rid of the dictator in Venezuela and even threaten Cuba? Would you have believed that? No. So even though I'll agree that I don't think we're going to start deporting blacks to Africa. I'm not going to put it in the category of impossible because he's done so many things already that we didn't think he was going to do. He didn't run on any of the wars and the threats that he's making to all these countries. He didn't run on that. I mean, that's something that MAGA was 100% certain of a couple things. One being he was going to get us out of forever wars and end nation building. MAGA was certain of that. I've had lives with you folks. You also were fairly confident you were going to get to the bottom of the Epstein scandal. That was another one that MAGA was fairly confident of. So he's done a lot of stuff that we didn't predict. So I'm not gonna go and suggest that I feel confident that he's not going to do anything radical anymore because he's done so many things already that even MAGA would not have predicted he would do. Going to Instagram, is Trump a pedophile? Says Payne. He's entitled to his day in court. I'll say that. But I will say, in regards to asking, is he a pedophile? I can't comfortably say no. The way he is acting about Epstein, calling it a Democrat hoax, telling his people to stop talking about it, and now you got a longtime supporter like Marjorie Taylor Greene that's saying he's hiding shit. How can I confidently say he's not? So I'll just say I cannot convict the guy. But there are people who believe if you don't let the police even search your car, you're hiding something. President Trump said if you plead the fifth, you're hiding something. He compared it to working for the mob. He's acting that way with Epstein. He's acting the way that he said indicates guilt. So I cannot say that the guy is innocent based on his own actions. Denkow, good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
Hey. So do you agree with them that they're suggesting black people are losing rights?
Yes. And that was one thing, man, I had a kind of bone to pick with you about that when you kind of commented and said, okay, voting rights, but what else? Like, that's everything.
Well,
representation.
Yeah, she said plural. She said plural. So she made it sound like we're losing multiple rights. That's why I said, yeah, I agree with you that if you're losing voting rights, that's huge because that can lead to all kinds of things. But first of all, I don't think blacks are losing voting rights. They're losing the power of their vote. If you live in an all-black neighborhood and somebody white moves next to you, they're losing because they're doing it by district. This isn't Jim Crow. They're doing it by district.
I get it, but come on, Tim. If they take away the power of your vote is useless. If you can't use it to select the representation that you want, then what's the point of even going to vote?
No, I don't disagree with that. But does it work as well if blacks are not a monolith? I mean, even in the black community, they vote different ways. I don't know if this alone completely dilutes the power. I don't favor it. By the way, I do think it's wrong as the days are long, so I'm not defending or saying it's okay. But I don't know if this alone completely dilutes the black vote because blacks live everywhere now.
Yes, but look, we starting out at a disadvantage. We only 13% of the population. Half of the damn people don't vote. A lot of them are have felonies and they don't vote. Like the little bit that we do have, the people who are qualified and eligible to vote, we need to be kind of united to make any kind of difference, with our vote. So I disagree to just saying, yeah, well, what they're doing is not really that big of a deal. It is. You see what Louisiana is doing. They literally stop the vote so they can gerrymander 17 days before an election.
Yeah.
And to say it's not that big of a deal, it is. They're telling you it's that big of a deal.
I mean, you're right. I'm not going to argue with that. And I don't see, like I mentioned earlier, I don't see how people going into this election cycle are not going to be complaining in mass. I mean, there's just too many new things that have happened right before the election.
Right. And you got the Supreme Court who normally part of their due diligence is that they don't make a decision that will affect elections. And here they go coming down with it. Nobody forced them to make this ruling yesterday or the day before when they made it.
No.
And for the people who say, well, this was not the olden days. Well, when the Supreme Court comes down with a ruling that says racism, you know, as something to create your districts, and then a whole bunch of people start doing it, that means the ruling was working. It was stopping them from doing what they had always wanted to do.
Yeah, I don't understand that, because a lot of the right often says that rolling back some of these things, these protections that were put in place during the civil rights era and stuff for blacks, what their take is, well, we don't need that stuff now, we got equality. And I'm thinking, like, the minute you roll this stuff back, they're going to go back to doing what we're going to go back to getting the reason they were put in place, like DEI and affirmative action. That stuff was put there for a reason. If you get rid of it, the reason it was put there will come back. I think the belief is that we don't, the people in this era of life are not as racist as the people during those eras. So if you give them the right to be as racist as past eras, they won't take the opportunity. That's what they're trying, which I think is ridiculous, but that's what they're...
I could agree that there might not be as many racist people as there was back then, but you got to look at the leadership. Those people in their 60s, 70s, and 80s, those are the people from back then.
Yeah.
They are making the rules. So just because my neighbor is no longer, you know, the majority of my neighbors are no longer racist and they okay with me living in their neighborhood, doesn't mean the county commissioner who's 80 years old, who was brought up back in Jim Crow, does not have the same mindset.
I don't know how do you, okay, they've reversed history. How do you get back to where we were? I don't know how you, I mean, I think because we got a 6-3 majority in the Supreme Court, and it's almost certain that Trump will end up replacing Clarence Thomas and Alito with some people that are equally to the right. I mean, I doubt if he leaves with them still in office.
Right. I agree. Are you asking me the question?
I mean, I get the point you're making, that the system has been altered, and it's not to the betterment for minorities, but I'm saying, how do we get back to where it was somewhat more fair again?
The only way that I see utilizing the system that is put in place there is for the Democrats to eventually get a supermajority and add more Supreme Court justices to make it even, or even have a couple extra, the same way the Republicans did.
Yeah, I see in the comments, Balsamy is saying we got to stack the Supreme Court. So would you favor stacking the Supreme Court?
Yes. And that goes to another thing that I had a bone to pick with you, is basically making it seem like the way the Democrats is doing it is the same thing that the Republicans, well, they all just kind of cheating. You have a situation where you ask the people,
can we cheat?
Do you want to allow the other side to basically cheat, and we sit here and act like we gonna do the right thing? Like, it's not comparable. We can't just allow them to just cheat in our face. They're doing it without asking their people.
No, look, I'm not disagreeing with you. I think you got a gripe with me when we are kind of on the same side of the issue. I do agree that Trump got Texas to gerrymander the votes, irrespective of how the people of Texas even felt about it. They didn't take it to Texas for a vote. Trump and the governor of Texas just gerrymandered the votes. The Democrats did, under Gavin Newsom and the woman in Virginia, whatever her name is, I can't think of her right now, but they did take it to the people, and the people voted on it. But when they took it to the people, they are kind of asking them exactly what you said. The Republicans are cheating in Texas. Do you want to sit back and just let them do it, or do you want to now cheat on our behalf to equal things out? So both sides are cheating. It's just the Democrats were more cordial with it, and the Republicans just forced it on the people.
But that just gives the other side this somehow moral equity or equality in saying, well, yeah, everybody's cheating. No, one person's doing it because they're being forced to. That's like saying, like if somebody come in and somebody comes into your home with a weapon, like, you're gonna say, well, I'm not gonna utilize I'm saying, to combat you. Because you only have a knife, I'm going to grab me a knife to make it even. No, I'm going to utilize what they have, used to exploit. And
I don't disagree with that.
It's really not a good, equal thing, but I'm just saying, like, it's not the same thing if somebody forces you to do something. Like, like cheating, like.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that. And I see somebody in the comments are saying it's been done for years and things like that. No.
Yeah,
Wait, first of all, there's two things that it has not been done for years. First of all, they gerrymandered in Texas in 2021. You normally wait 10 years before you do it again. Trump had him do it again in 24, 25, 3-4 years. That ain't what they normally do. You don't gerrymander every few years like that. Second thing is, you don't normally have a president publicly stating, I want you to gerrymander your state on my behalf. That hasn't been done for years. What Trump is doing and what it has led to happen in the country has not been happening for years. That's why you do have a gerrymandering war going on now. It's because this is different than what they've had. But folks defending Trump is trying to come up with that.
And they also don't recognize that within the laws that were placed in these Democrat states is that after this gerrymandering war is over, they are promising to put laws in place to prevent it from ever happening again. It's only going to happen this one time because they're being forced to do it. So that's a very far cry from Louisiana, was it Alabama, the one that's doing it now?
I think Tennessee, all of them are talking about. Louisiana's doing it now. They're the ones that just stopped the election. I think every Bible Belt state is going to do it. But before the midterms, I think you're going to see something happen in every Bible Belt state because they are hardcore Trump supporters.
The crazy thing is they are already deep red.
Yeah.
They're just trying to get more because they know they're going to lose in these moderate states because they don't like what the hell is going on and they don't want to keep on seeing this craziness happen.
What makes it so hard though is that Trump is the main person that came on the scene saying the elections are rigged, and he literally is leading the rigging. I mean, like, he is the guy that came down the golden escalator saying the system is rigged, and that's all we're dealing with right now is people trying to rig the system.
And how many of them were still believing that 2020 was rigged?
Yeah.
They watching him do it. They complained about rigging. He hadn't shown them how many of your guests, your mega guests were like, yeah, when he gets back in, he's got the information, he's got the evidence, he's gonna show us what happened in those elections.
I don't know, and thank you for the hat mustache alter ego. Appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I'm amazed though. The right is totally in favor of that. We did when it was only Texas in the beginning, and Trump was saying I need 5 more seats. We had lives on this, and the right was 100% behind. Yeah, we need those 5 seats. The people of Texas don't need to be allowed to speak on it. They were totally okay with that. Then all of a sudden, when Gavin Newsom did it, they were totally against it. I mean, this is about as much. This is cheating to about the most up-teen level you can get. If you think it's been done for years, if you think there's nothing wrong with it, then why did you bitch when California did it?
Hey, one thing I want you to look when you get in your blagger lives, ask them how they feel about the 4 black MAGAs that's in the House of Representatives. All 4 of them will be out, and there will be no more black representation from black men in the House after this next election in November. All 4 of them are either term limited or are moving over to try to take over the governorship of their state.
I already know what the answer. I already know what the answer is going to be from Black MAGA. We don't see color. we don't mind that there's no blacks. We don't see color anyway.
The same people they put up and say, "See, we got black representation." Now they just don't see color at all.
That's what you're going to hear is we don't see color because when Trump was doing shit for the HBCUs and, you know, allegedly giving blacks jobs and all this stuff in his first term. They were citing that out. Now that he's doing virtually nothing for the black community, well, we don't see color. I mean, so alter ego. Thank you for that, Galaxy. Appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, they'll just say they don't see color. So I don't think Black MAGA is going to have a problem with no black representation in the Republican Party at the congressional level. I don't think they're going to care.
Hey, I just got two more quick things. I know you got to move on. I just wanted to say that did you see that Michael Steele on MS Now used your same example about Biden being tied up in the back of that truck?
I don't watch a lot of MS Now. I watch more News Nation, some Fox.
I don't either, but I happen to, watch it, and I was like, wow, that's the same. And then I turned it on, and he was talking about the exact same thing. He said, what the hell is this compared to this?
The idea that President Trump was the victim of violent rhetoric, as if, you got to excuse, Trump has said so many things that are inflammatory and violent about the other side. Not to mention, if they're going to suggest calling him a fascist, can somehow, what they're saying is calling him a fascist, and I don't know why my damn computer's frozen, but I wanted to bring up a clip because they're claiming that calling him a fascist is somehow leading to folks trying to take his life. Like, this dude is on video calling people fascists all over the damn place. He's done it several times. So I don't know why all of a sudden doing it to him is off limits.
And his conversations about violence, about, all of the stuff he said. Hey, if you're a police officer, don't put your hand over the person's head. Hey, punch the shit out of him if he tries to do something, and I'll pay your, it's so much stuff. I don't understand how somebody could get on national TV and say the Democrats are causing, this.
I know, I'll tell you why, and I absolutely understand. I understand why MAGA's doing it. If you believe CNN or MS Now or the mainstream media is slanted left, and some of it is, if you believe it's slanted left, therefore you do not watch it because you think it's biased media, then yeah, I understand why you think Trump is always under the attack and you don't see his attacks to it because they don't show that. Like the Biden hogtied in the back of a car. Fox isn't showing that. That's not going to be, they may show that for 5 minutes when it was really a big story. You'll never hear from it again. Like, Trump also posted a guy saying the only good Democrats are dead ones. Fox ain't going to cover that. They're only going to show you if somebody says something like that about him. So for folks who do not watch the mainstream media because it's slanted or they don't watch MS Now, all they see is Trump taking attacks. They don't see the ones he's launching. So it looks like he's just standing there being a nice guy getting victimized by everybody.
Yeah, I guess so. But for the last thing I'd say is that, that we're sending them one of the aircraft carriers home.
Finally.
Remember the conversation we've been having, because you say you gonna put me on, you gonna stick a pin in my comment about us not putting boots on the ground, and your other guy talking about we can't come home. We done sent all of that stuff over there. We gotta attack them.
I got that clip saved, and yeah, you're starting to look more and more right. I think Trump realizes how unpopular the war is even right now, and putting boots on the ground with casualties and shit like that. I'm tending to finally agree with you. And in the beginning, I absolutely thought he was going to put boots on the ground. But yeah, I do believe now he's not going to put boots on the ground. It's too unpopular.
Get up there and say he's not beholden to the Constitution about war because there's a pause. And he says, well, it's not a war anymore, so I don't have to go to Congress.
That is, I heard that. I'm like, what? They just, like I always say, once Trump is gone, they're going to have to make a whole bunch of laws because he was so savvy at using loopholes. Like, you got to be clear on this shit because they just, like when they blocked Obama's Supreme Court pick, you got to pass a law so that can't happen no more. If somebody has a Supreme Court pick, they're supposed to get it. They just using all kinds of loopholes to get away with shit. So, yeah, you're going to have to pass laws to stop that stuff.
Look, he told us a long time ago, about those documents. Look, if I just think that they declassified.
It'll be interesting to see how all this ends.
We were arguing with folks that was like,
Well, when it comes to President Trump, the law works in mysterious ways. DK, I gotta move it on. Always a pleasure. Thank you. Appreciate it. And that's what we're taking calls on Instagram for, by the way, folks, as well. Real quick, what he was talking about, the fascist thing. This is what I'm talking about when I say that if you watch one-sided media, you only get one side of the story. Vice President J.D. Vance. And I don't know.
Look, we can disagree with one another, we can debate one another, but we cannot tell the American people that one candidate is a fascist, and if he's elected, it is going to be the end of American democracy.
But for that to happen, we must defeat Comrade Kamala Harris. I use that term because you know what that term means, right? Communist. She's a Marxist, communist, fascist, socialist. Somebody's got to explain this one. This is a radical left, Marxist, communist, fascist. This is communist, this is Marxist, this is fascist. But you know what? It's dangerous. I think this is a different kind of a race. All we have to do is define our opponent as being a communist or a socialist or somebody that's going to destroy our country.
I don't think most MAGA even knew he said all that shit. They're looking at like, look, call us. I had folks on one of my YouTube pages. Yeah, we call the Democrats socialists, but that's not as bad as calling them fascists. And I told you do realize you call them fascists too. This is one of the things. Most of the right, like I said, if you only watch news on one side of the aisle, and this applies to both the left and the right. If you only watch news coming from one side of the aisle, they're only going to show you when your side is being victimized. They're not going to show you when your side is victimizing others. Just about anything you call or say about Trump, there are clips available of him saying the same thing about somebody else. He said all of this. You just heard him. He called her a Marxist, communist, fascist, and a socialist. One person cannot even be all of that shit. But you heard him just say that. Most of the people on the right don't even know that. They think that the Democrats crossed the line by calling Trump a fascist. No recollection of the fact that he's been using that term all along. You even had what is her name? Carolyn Levitt. The day after, I believe it was the day of the White House Correspondents' Dinner. She too was talking about how dangerous it is to call the president a fascist. About how, if you're calling them a racist all the time, this is what can happen. As if people weren't saying, vote for me or you ain't black didn't make Biden a racist. Calling Trump a pedo, as if they weren't talking about Biden sleeping with his daughter and sniffing kids. All of this shit's been said about both sides. But if you only watch your sort of media, you don't hear when it's said about the other side. You only see the attacks you're accepting. You don't see the ones you're launching. But yeah, there's nothing you can say about Trump that he hasn't said about somebody else. They were just cheering it on at the time. It was a joke. It was funny. He was doing it though. He's knee deep in this stuff. Knee deep in it. You should create a Discord server. That would be awesome. Somebody else told me that Bison returns. I'm willing to do that if there's a way to support the program through it. Certainly willing to do that. But they are killing. They are true fascists. If there is a word, you got to be an idiot to not see who's killing who. Well, here's the point. Here's the problem. You're saying that both sides are using the term fascist, but you're saying that only the Democrats are killing us or whatever the case may be. You're going to tell me that when Trump uses the word fascist, he's 100% certain that all 77 million people that voted for him are going to be nonviolent? He didn't care. Even if you want to suggest that the Democrats are hearing fascists and it's causing them to act, Trump had no guarantee that his side wasn't going to act. He still used the word. He didn't care if he was putting Kamala Harris or anybody else in danger. Just because his wording didn't culminate into some type of assassination attempt, that doesn't give him a pass. That's akin to saying, I fired at you because my gun jammed. You're more wrong for shooting me. Mine jammed. I didn't actually fire a shot. He used the same fucking language. So he gets credit because Republican voters didn't react the same way? If the word fascist leads to violence, then he's just as culpable as people on the left. But if you want to make up excuses for him, you can go for that. Both sides of the government are against the American people. It really doesn't matter who is in office. They are going to do what's best for them and their cronies. I agree with a whole lot of that. I absolutely do agree with it. There's occasionally you get politicians in there. I think Bernie Sanders would be a politician that he runs on a very unpopular position. Even a lot of people on the left did not like the term socialist, but he kind of sticks to his guns. I think he's one that would actually, I mean, the guy marched on behalf of civil rights and shit and went to jail. Talking about Bernie Sanders. So he may be one of the folks that are outside of what you just said. Trump's side has not acted, nor will we act, because we are not true words. They say doesn't matter. Trump don't fucking know that. You're trying to use the excuse, well, the MAGA hasn't acted. And by the way, let me just say something real quick. When it comes to the Trump assassination attempts, you guys are blaming all that shit on the left. You're blaming it on the language used against President Trump. You're blaming it on the media. You have no evidence of that. You guys said the guy that tried to kill Charlie Kirk, the guy who tried to kill Charlie Kirk didn't do that because of some fucking media outlet. Charlie Kirk has 1 million videos of him saying controversial shit. That guy reacted to Charlie Kirk because of what Charlie Kirk says. It ain't got nothing to do with what the media told him. And likely, if you get to listen to the other folks that tried to take out Trump, which you don't hear about them because the Trump administration threw them in a cell and gave nobody access to them. You don't get to hear from the assassins. If you ask those assassins, I bet you they wouldn't blame the media. I bet you they wouldn't blame folks calling them a fascist. I bet you it would be because of some policy or some action or something Trump said himself. But because they're not letting you hear from these people, it gives President Trump the ability to dictate the narrative. They tried to kill me because of what I'm telling you. You're not going to hear their reason for why they did it. You just hear nothing about them. You hear nothing from them. But I don't think that they were sitting around listening to MSNBC or MS Now, what they call it, and that made them go load up a firearm and go find the president. There's a million other things that could happen that would make you go out and do something crazy like that has nothing to do with the media or the word fascist. But because you don't get to hear from me, you don't know. I believe that Tyler Robinson, the guy that tried to take out Charlie Kirk, there's text messages and shit from him to his relatives. He kind of stated why he tried to do it. He didn't cite the media. He didn't cite words. He cited shit that Charlie Kirk stood on. That's why he did it. You guys make it sound like everybody that tries to hit Trump is a card-carrying Democrat. That ain't true. There's a lot of legitimate reasons to dislike Biden or dislike Obama or dislike Trump that has nothing to do with who you vote for. They're policies. There are a lot of Republicans, MAGA, that work for the federal government and lost their job because of his policies. Or his tariffs cost them their businesses or their farms. Or in some cases, their whole fucking spouse and family members because he deported people they never thought he was going to deport. You got MAGA that are pissed off with him. People who how many folks believe or even support angry Americans that go hunt down pedos? That's it, nothing else. Hardworking, tax-paying, honest, law-abiding guy that harmed somebody simply because he believed that they had violated a child. There's a lot of MAGA that fall in that category that may not like how he's handling the Epstein files and might think he is one of those. There's a lot of other reasons to not like the guy other than you vote left or listen to the media. Tons of other reasons. But it's easier if you only pretend like it's the other side causing it. It's easier to pretend that way. Looking in the comments, I support pedo hunters. There you go. Somebody said I support pedo hunters. People lose their life all the time because somebody saw them or heard that they were convicted of being a pedo and came and got them. Certainly when you're incarcerated, but it even happens in society because your name is on some kind of registry or whatever. Happens all the time. Anyway, a lot of people are turning away from MAGA because of this Iran mess. Not Epstein, but Iran shaking my head, or Iran was the breaking point. Like I said, there's a lot of reasons to not like Trump that have nothing to do with the left or the media. It just is convenient for the right to try to pin it on that. Let me go back to the box. We'll make it happen with Sherbert on Instagram. Good evening, Sherbert. I don't know anyone that turned away from MAGA. Yeah, you do. You know Marjorie Taylor Greene. You know Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, Hodge twins. All of them were MAGA. Yeah, you do. You just don't. You just, once they turned away from MAGA, your mindset was to pretend they never were MAGA to begin with. They were MAGA. They were at the fucking rallies, shaking his hand, being brought up on stage by him, being called true patriots by him. And then when they turned on them, you tried to pretend like none of that shit ever happened. Sherbert, good evening.
Howdy, Tim.
I don't know. I'm in the trenches, man. I'm in the fucking trenches. So, I don't even know where to go with this. Tim Scott, we mentioned this earlier, Tim Scott and Byron Donalds. Did you see my video on Byron Donalds?
I did not. What happened?
It's only a few seconds long. It was one of the main reasons we came on here. I want you to hear this.
Look, we can disagree with one another. We can debate one another. But
not JD Vance. But this is Byron Donalds. I think this happened yesterday. He was questioned by a reporter about Trump's economy.
Got it. Thank you, Congressman. Do you think Donald Trump has delivered on his promise to lower prices?
Yeah, he actually has. I know gas prices are a little bit higher because of what's happening in Iran, but across the country, a lot of prices actually have stabilized. I think, inflation's hard, but I remember where we were with the Biden administration. Airline tickets jumped 50%. It was insane. So, he's doing a great job. We need, the other side of the aisle to come and help us just do common sense business. But President's doing great.
If there were a report card, what grade would you give him on the economy?
Oh, he gets an A.
An A?
Yeah.
Got it.
I see you laughing. So what do you think? And before you answer that, I might as well go ahead and add a little bit of Tim Scott icing to the cake.
That's great news, by the way. The fact of the matter is that all of the cylinders are kicking. It is good news. You can even feel in our environment how good things are getting. Gas prices continue to come down, which means that your groceries will come down a little bit as well. We've got a lot of good signs in the economy. We just need to continue to execute and have confidence in the choices the American people have made by making President Trump their president and keeping majorities, Republican majorities, in both the House and the Senate.
Shout out to Black MAGA, huh? So what do you think?
What drives me crazy is that these people are economists, and then they just pretend that half the equation isn't there. The effects have already happened. Grocery stores almost never lower their prices. All of these places are going to eat that cost and then make that part of the new pricing structure forever.
So what you're saying is once prices go up, they don't come back down no matter what.
Usually. Gas is one of those things that fluctuates a lot, but any other service, any other transportation, once that price is up, it's up.
Yeah.
Once the cost of tires goes to $100 a tire, they're not going back to 60.
Yeah. Wow. So, because this kind of reminded me, during the Biden administration, I used to take a lot of heat from the left, and they called me a fluffer and all this, because I was constantly criticizing the Biden administration for trying to convince people in the middle of a faltering economy that things were great. And letting them, people can see how much shit costs in stores and how much gas costs, even though Biden was talking about the stock market and all that. Are they not doing the same thing, trying to convince you that the economy's doing well when people can clearly see what they're paying for shit?
There's a reason, though, why things went so terribly back in 2022 or 23. And it was very well documented across, even just these shows. You could see what was happening. For these price hikes, there's no good reason. At the end of Biden's term, all the numbers were going, yeah, we're doing great. Real wages were going up, unemployment was going down, everything was going the way it should have. And Trump came in and just shot himself in the foot. And they they still keep going, yeah, isn't everything great? Where at least before there was a pandemic, there was the war with Russia and Ukraine. And, like, you could say, hey, our shit has gone up. Here's exactly why. And then now we have one man or 30 people in the White House, if you include Stephen Miller and his ilk. But it was the world's issue versus 30 people right now. And I don't have the patience for 30 people. I had the patience for the entire world going through some shit.
Yeah, but when you say 30 people, you got to throw in tens of thousands of MAGA. MAGA's happy with the war in Iran. All the shit you're complaining about. I got a guest that came on the show earlier. Was it the Hanson Conservative? They gave Trump a B on the economy. I mean, you hear Byron Donalds giving him an A, but even my callers are giving him a B.
Well, I mean, that's a lot different than the A+++ that he originally was getting from every one of your MAGA fans. So if you go by the bell curve, it's still down on the curve, you fucking idiots.
Well, maybe they see something in the economy that you and I don't.
Oh, everything's going great. All our prices are coming down. The curve, the B, compared to a 150 score, is very fucking different.
Well, and speaking of that, let me ask you folks that are tuned in on the other platforms, in the comments, a letter grade, A, B, C, D, or F. What letter grade? Because I see Snowbird said I would give Trump an A on the economy as well. So I do got another viewer. What letter grade would you give Trump on the economy right now? You hear Byron Donalds giving him an A. Snowbird is giving him an A as well. In the comments, state your letters. There's a lot of F's coming. I do got a couple A's on YouTube. YouTube always comes through in a pinch, but on TikTok, he's failing dismally. Jeez. There's a crazy thing is, Sherbert, people are giving the man either an A or an F. There's just no in between. Ain't nobody said a D or a C. I got one person said a C plus, but for the most part, they either giving him super high marks or super low marks.
So the economy hasn't technically failed.
True.
So I would give him a C, C minus.
C is average.
Well, I mean, it hasn't failed.
Yeah. Somebody says Trump is crushing it. Somebody says Trump is crushing it. Huh?
With a C minus, it's right there. It's about to be an F. But that's just because it hasn't catastrophically failed as in 2008.
And real quick in the comments, one God, one truth, one life, one forever. I like the name. Says some advice. He's offering advice. He says never listen to anyone that hasn't educated themselves on how economies work. Dude needs Econ 101. Here's the problem with that, though. You need all of the information, even if you got all the economic education you could ever get. You need all the information to be accurate to come to a conclusion. The Trump administration ain't telling you every goddamn thing, so even if you go to analysts, you're not going to be able to come to a solid conclusion. They're not being honest on everything. Jerome Powell, they wanted to throw him in jail for refusing to raise interest rates and shit. They're not being honest with you. So sending somebody back to school is not going to work when they're not giving you all the right pieces to the puzzle. So you can talk about getting educated, but if the government's not being honest, it doesn't matter how educated you are.
I listen to quite a few experts across every kind of media field I can, even down to the ones that are just telling jokes to the ones that actually get paid to research every topic of it. And after you listen to all sides, generally you come away with the truth. Now, I can't say I've never been swindled, but for the most part, I'm trying to sit in the middle. I'm trying to understand truth. And then I listen to MAGA Reacts and DJ Julio and Gen X just talk about how we shouldn't have women in the military or something crazy like that. Or we shouldn't have mail-in ballots because, I don't know, 1,000 different crazy reasons they have. But if you're registered to vote, I don't know. The whole registration process is important, and we have that.
Yeah.
I'm tired of all these people because you can't, if somebody's going to say he's still making an A, I can't trust them. Clearly, they don't understand what the obvious empirical facts are. And, common sense, we're all about common sense until it comes to their culture.
Well,
cool.
And the cult thing is a whole different conversation because I was going to say a lot of.
No, it's the same conversation, Tim.
All right.
It's the exact same conversation.
Well, what I was going to say is a lot of the reason why Trump is getting such high marks is faith, not necessarily based on results, but people do believe, like when Trump says short-term pain for long-term gain, or he talks about when this is over with, the price of fuel is going to even be cheaper than it was before it began. They're giving President Trump high marks based on what he is saying versus what is actually happening. So they're meeting him at the finish line and saying, if you accomplish all this shit, you deserve an A, and I'm going to give you an A now. Because I've had some guests come on here and they give him an A, and I asked them, what are you giving him an A based on? And everything is based on is stuff he's promising to do in the future. I see the two middle fingers there, but that's what it is.
They're going off of what he says.
Yeah.
And he's also been proven to lie more than any other politician that we've ever seen, let alone any other president we've ever seen.
That's the left-wing media calling him a fascist.
No, remember when they had the whole debates and they were getting all pissed off about fact checkers? Because, oh my God, how dare we have facts when it comes to the geopolitical fucking future of everything? How dare we have facts? So if you want to just listen to what he says and not go by the statistics and analysts and people who get paid good money to know those facts, the same way he didn't listen to Kristi Noem or any of his advisors, and like, no, they don't know. I know. Like, just fuck off.
Yeah, the same thing with Tulsi Gabbard on Iran. He said she didn't know what she was talking about. Yeah, I mean, but that's our president. Like him, love him, I hate him. That's our president. That's our dear president.
I'm not going to listen to these people anymore if they're not going to trust facts. They're just out of their fucking minds. If they're still giving him an A at this point. I could admit that I didn't like Biden because he was so fucking old, but I didn't just go blindly with what he said. I went and saw what was being proven to be truthful or not. And then I go over to Trump and everyone's just going, no, he had to blow up the boats. No.
Well, and that's what I say all the time. Trump is the best president we've had in a long time if you believe what he says at face value. But if you start asking questions, not so much. When you start asking questions, a lot of the things that he's getting credit for, they fall apart because it's not really based on anything but his statement. So people who give him these very high marks, they're just taking what he's saying at face value. They're not really questioning whether, how it worked or whether it's true or not.
That drives me crazy, Tim. And I see MAGA reacts in the comments here going crazy at me. But I don't care what he says anymore. It's just utter Trump sexualism.
Oh my! What is Trump sex? What is that again? Trump sexualism.
Take his word every single time.
Well, I mean, look, like I said, when it comes to having faith, Trump is playing checkers, everybody else is playing chess. If you just like I say in terms of religion, if you just trust in the Lord, no matter how bad things look, it will turn out right. That faith is very similar to MAGA with Trump. If you just trust in Trump, he's playing chess, everybody else is playing checkers. He moves ahead of everybody else. He don't work when you want him, he works on time. He works in mysterious ways. Just have faith and it will turn out right. And that's how a lot of folks view him.
As I'm not religious, I don't have faith in people or ideology in that way. I have faith that our justice system will work because we have procedures to make it work. I don't have faith in one man. The same way, I don't give a shit about Biden. He was too old. I didn't like him, but I would have voted for him. I would never take everything he said as utter truth. As fucking Doom or Straight Talk would say, he's never told a lie. Go fuck yourself.
Well, I think Straight Talk finally came around when Trump said that photo of him of Jesus portrayed him as a doctor. He finally did, because you're right. Straight Talk had said to that point he had never heard Trump tell a lie. But when I brought it, I said, so you really think that Trump saw this picture and thought that portrayed him as a doctor? And he's like, yeah, he kind of, he started to admit maybe Trump told one fib.
Oh, good. One.
Just one.
I'm just going crazy.
He's a fairly honest guy. Just one fib. So give him time. Sherbert, I got to move it on, but just one field. Just once. Appreciate it. That's a better set of fingers than the other ones. Good talking to you. Thank you. In the comments, Handsome Conservative says, you mean the same facts that said Donald Trump would not win the presidency. Well, yeah, people were, I mean, there was plenty of people on the right that said he wouldn't win as well, though. It wasn't just on the left. Some media said he wouldn't win. I remember seeing Dana Perino on the 5 telling Eric Bolling, who's now on Newsmax or something now, but he was on the 5 at the time. Jesse Waters was still working for Bill O'Reilly, I think. But this is in his first term. And she was Dana Perino, who's the Karen Stevens for George W. Bush, or Karen, what is her name? Carolyn Leavitt, spokesperson for Trump. Well, Dana Perino was a spokesperson for George W. Bush. I remember her telling Eric Bolling that Trump was not going to win. I remember Geraldo Rivera saying he wasn't going to win. There were people on the right saying he wasn't going to win as well. I mean, he's just not a traditional candidate. He was not a traditional candidate. Somebody says KKK Caroline. Damn. Wow. You know something? I never could understand that. Why would any female support that organization? That organization believes in marginalizing women. Yeah, they're not going to treat you as bad as a black person, but they're not going to treat you as equal. I don't know why look, there are problems with the far left, and folks don't understand there's problems with the far left, the far right as well. The far right tends to marginalize women in minority communities, whatever they may be. I'm not just talking black or Hispanic. I'm talking any far right country on earth. Taliban, for instance. In places like Afghanistan or places like Iran or anywhere that's far right, whatever their minority population is there, it doesn't get treated as equal. Far right communities are not they're not pro equality, and they're usually male dominated. They don't treat women as equals. So I don't understand why any woman would be supporting, somebody said the KKK. I don't know why a woman would support that. They're not going to treat you as equal. You're not going to you'll never be the Grand Dragon, for instance. You're not going to lead. They believe you have a role. They're going to marginalize you. Looking in the comments and tap the screen. They don't want to be equal. That's a good point, Shanti. Yeah, there are some women that believe that men should lead. You're right about that. There are women that believe that. I had a woman tell me that you are a pussy of a man to vote for a woman as your president. I had somebody actually tell me, MAGA, of course. That wasn't at a rally. I've been to a couple MAGA rallies. It wasn't at the rally. At the rally, I had folks talking about what I was mentioning earlier, where if you just have faith in Trump, things will turn out right. But I have had people tell me that you are a pussy of a man if you vote for a woman to be your leader. Trump has been doing the Lord's work. Just making two genders again ends the weirdo they left demonic agenda real quick. Wait a minute, let me see if I can read this again. You didn't type that right. It says Trump has been doing the Lord's work, just making two genders again ends the weirdo they left demonic agenda real quick. So you're saying he's doing the Lord's work by making it only two genders. Okay, I get that. By the way, does the Bible talk about only being two genders? Does the Bible really get into the LGBTQ stuff that much? I don't even think it could. Somebody says the Dark Lord, maybe. I don't know. Does the Bible really get into that? I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to plead ignorance on this topic. I'm not big on the Bible, but do they really even get into that? And you said demonic agenda real quick. I don't know. I'd have to ask you folks. Many women keep a household function. Yeah, but they don't believe a woman should be controlling anything else beyond the household. Every Democratic president lowers the deficit and gives us deflation and an economy stronger. Republicans give you inflation and recession. Trump is a fucking antichrist, and no Christian can call themselves that if they also support the fucking damn. Some crypto, damn. Are you taking calls on Substack? We can make that happen if you go to Substack. Yes, we'll certainly take your calls if you go on Substack. But until then, we'll go back to the box and we'll make it happen with Kareem the Dream. Can two people drive a car? Someone has to be in the driver's seat. And I have no desire for menopause or PMS making decisions for us. I've been through both. Mildly affected, y'all. Here's the thing about it, though. And hang on a second on Instagram. Okay, you're saying someone has to be in the driver's seat and I have no desire for menopause or PMS. But you would vote for somebody that has PTSD after fighting a war? What's the difference? People get PT. You don't normally hear women with menopause commit suicide. People with PTSD really go fucking crazy. So look, it ain't like men don't have their own version of menopause. You make it sound like women are fucked up in the head and all men are just straight and narrow. I don't know. I mean, look, when you look at the dysfunction in society, the most violent criminals and shit, most of them are men. Men represent a far greater danger to society, I think, than women do. Now, we do help advance society as well, but there's a reason why most nurses are women, because men don't have that same nursing, I don't want to say gene, but they just want to, I don't think you'd have racism as much and stuff like that, or I don't think you would have had slavery as much if women were in power, because the dominating factor is not as strong in women. The nursing factor is not as strong in men. Bedside manner, Dot says, yeah. So I think it should be a healthy combination of both. I don't think we should be governed by all men. I don't think we should be governed by all women. I think it would be a lot less wars if there were more world leaders that were women. I think it would be a lot less wars. You're the best, except on, what does that say? Thank you for the support there, T2. Says, you the best. I like it when it starts that way. Expect you on my true crime podcast in the summer. Really? I jump in there, per $75 an hour Zoom. $75, pay $75 an hour. Damn, that's a lot. Okay, I'll come holler at you. Yeah, the nurturing aspect, Arshafine, that's what I'm talking about. A woman with menopause wouldn't take no shit. So would MAGA. Love that. I'll leave it at that. I think women should be in the NFL, but Trump ended that. Thank God, Jesus. Well, it's fucking sport. It's fucking sport. We're talking about actual serious shit, not entertainment. Democrats voted for more gun control. Charlie Kirk would still be alive. But Charlie Kirk said that a few gun deaths are okay to maintain the Second Amendment. That's what Charlie Kirk said. So, and I believe who else just recently got off or something and made a similar statement like that. But anyway, Charlie Kirk was okay with a few extra gun deaths. That was his words. I don't think he thought he would be one of them, but okay, you were okay with a few extra gun deaths. Maybe when he was on the ground, whoever came to rescue him, I think he was out immediately, but they could have looked down at him and said, remember, you're okay with this. Hang on. You were okay with this, though. Breathe. Try to hang on. This is just one of those gun deaths. Hang on. I mean, that's what he said. Tap the screen. Get the likes on up. We'll go to Stick. Good evening, Stick. Welcome to the program. Now look where he is at. Tell him thank you for his service. Yikes. Charlie Kirk was tall like us. Yeah. I saw one of the. Hang on a second, Stick. I saw one of the clips from some of the folks that were next to him when he got shot, and they said they threw him in the back of a car to rush him to the hospital. And Charlie Kirk was so tall they couldn't close the door because his legs were hanging out. Because I'm 6'6". I think he was at least 6'4" or something like that. I think Charlie Kirk was up there. But I remember the guy saying he was like, and he said he was in the car looking down on him. He's like, there was no life in that guy at all. Stick, good evening.
Hey, how you doing, Tim?
I'm doing real good. Good to have you. Somebody said the Charlie Kirk shooting was a fake. Come on now. That's on video. No, you can't, you're not gonna.
I guess he ain't gone, huh? He
Florida.
He ain't looking up at us.
Even his wife hanging with Tupac. So no, he gone. He gone. Charlie Kirk is gone.
But what's good, Tim?
Not much at all. I know you saw the clip. Byron Donalds giving Trump an A on the economy. What say you?
Hell no. And Byron Donalds, he running for governor down here.
Yeah.
I think I told you the only commercial I've seen is Byron Donalds endorsed by Donald Trump. That's it.
That's big though in Florida.
That's all I'm saying. That's the only commercial that's playing. We don't know who the opposition is. We don't know.
Oh.
All we know is Byron Donalds is running for governor. That's it.
The Democrats ain't putting nobody up?
I didn't say they didn't put nobody up. I said that's the only commercials running.
So what do you think might be at play?
What's already at play? Gerrymandering and goddamn election rigging.
Yeah, but they can't stop somebody from running for office.
Man, listen, all these lies that they telling, everybody needs to go to jail. Trump included. He the head Klansman. He need to go.
I don't know. Maybe they just think Florida's I mean, there has to be a Democrat running for president. I mean, running for governor against Byron Donalds. There has to be a candidate. That candidate.
I'm gonna say it again. I know there's probably a Democratic governor. On the other
You're in Florida?
Yes, I'm in Tampa, Florida. The only person that has actual commercials letting you know that they're running for governor is Byron Donalds. And at the end, it says, Donald Trump approved.
Wow. I see somebody says they may be trying to block them from being on TV or something like that. How would you do that, though? That's interesting, man.
But yeah, so I mean, you can look it up. You can see.
I'm trying. There's got to be some. Hold on. Let me ask dear old Alexa. Alexa, who is the Democrat candidate for governor in Florida?
Several Democrats are running for Florida governor in 2026, including former GOP Representative David Jolly, Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings, and several other candidates.
There's several people running according to that.
Yeah, but ain't nobody is being played but Byron Donalds is what I'm telling you.
Oh, that's weird. That's weird. Well, I mean, are you in a hard blue area or something like that?
I'm in Tampa.
I mean,
I think Tampa is the mayor may be blue, right?
I mean, maybe they're playing their commercials in areas they think that maybe they think they got your area if Tampa's blue. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that ain't. I mean, unless you got people that just want to vote blue no matter who, then yeah, I can see that. But that's really not what it is. This is Florida. You can say you blue all day when you white tea until you go in that voting booth, and then we know. So
but if there was something sinister at play, where there was a Democrat running for governor in Florida and he wasn't able to get airtime, he could get his message out to MS Now or CNN. You would hear about him. I mean, maybe there's nobody running.
There is somebody running. But my whole point I'm trying to tell you is you and anybody else, if you were to come down here, you will not see any of
Maybe you ain't watching enough TV.
It's not that I'm not watching enough TV, Tim. I watch ABC, right?
Okay.
I like their news. I like their programs. I watch the regular NBC as far as I think it's channel 8 down here.
Okay.
CBS, and then I have the internet, Al Jazeera, and any other news networks, right? Now, when you're looking at outside entities such as Al Jazeera, you get real good content.
Well, before you continue, let me just say this. I found an article. It's 2 weeks old. And the title says half of Democratic voters in Florida are undecided on governor pick to replace DeSantis. So this article leads you to believe that the Democrats don't even know who the hell they want to pick.
what did I just say, Tim? I said they are Democrats all the way up until it's time to go in that damn booth. I just told you that.
It sounds like your state. It sounds like the Democratic Party in your state is in disarray. That's what it sounds like.
No. This is the state of Florida, right? Nothing is the same. Just like as if you was to go to Texas, nothing is the same. It's a Republican-ran state.
Okay.
Right? It's majority white team. With that being said, yes, they do want certain things that are democratic.
But wait. Do you normally in gubernatorial races, do Democrat candidates normally be on your TV?
Okay, so let me see. I know of Charlie Crist. I know of Bill. What's his name? What's his last name? First name Bill. Anyway, I know what's the Laura Luna, whatever her name is, right? The House representative, or then we got
because people in the comments, have you heard of John Morgan? People in the comments are using his name, John Morgan.
Yes, I believe that he is one of the candidates running, and I believe he is blue.
Well, I mean, it sounds more like the Democrat Party in your state is not unified as much more than the I don't think Republicans have anything to do with it.
Majority Republican state.
And that don't mean the Democrats should be missing in action because the state is majority Republican.
Who owns Tickety Top? Is he right or left?
He's a Trump affiliate at this point.
Okay, so he's very right.
Okay.
So even on TikTok, they got their thing where they basically do things to black creators that are not done to white creators. It's all over. It's all over.
Really? How? Like what? I haven't heard of that.
I believe they take more of the tokens from us than
Really?
anybody else. I believe also is certain topics that everybody else, and also words somebody else can say that we won't be able to say.
Okay, for folks who are watching, has anybody else heard this? That TikTok is treating African Americans different? I haven't heard this.
Oh yeah, you can Google it, and the algorithm / the AI will tell you about the policies and how they're geared towards African Americans versus everybody else. You can look it up.
Yeah, I see in the comments a whole lot of people are agreeing with you. You're the first I've heard this.
Yeah. Actually, Charleston White also said it recently that he don't get paid like he knows what they doing. He knows about the algorithm. He knows about it all. Now, normally I don't quote somebody like Charleston White, but he's a big time creator and a comedian and a black activist. So at the same time, I don't think he's lying because TikTok, I was in another live with my girl Brooklyn, and she brought it out to my attention.
Yeah, I see in the comments, Deuce says, don't worry, Tim, they are not talking about you. What is he trying to suggest?
Hey, listen, you do be flat. See, look.
Oh my
God.
God.
Know what you're doing.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No. I know what you're doing.
What am I doing? Go ahead.
When it comes to Gangsta Grandma, it's certain things that no matter what, where you at in the conversation, if you ask that fucking question, Gangsta Grandma is gonna go off. She is gonna lose her shit, and she's gonna get banned.
Gangsta Grandma goes off at hello. The minute I say hi, I'm fat, I'm ugly, I'm a eating dick.
Gangsta Grandma goes off on, well, Trump says, and then that's when you suck in and you.
Oh my God!
You thinking the
Gangsta Grandma goes off on any adverse opinion, any challenge to what she's saying. It don't take much. Gangsta Grandma, if you don't say yes, ma'am, I agree, she fucking goes off. It's like talking to Trump in a private meeting. If you don't agree with him, you got problems. She's very much like that.
Man, all I know is you know how to trick a gangster grandma. That's the whole point to this story. You are the most trick. Look, sometimes I be wanting to say, you know what? I can't wait to gangster grandma get in your ass. Because you be the fluffer and goddamn chief. That you are, Tim.
Okay, well, first of all, we do not fluff on this program. We've never been known to do that. So, but gangster grandma is going to go off no matter what. I mean,
you remember the kid in the car seat? A bullshit. A bullshit. Yeah.
So you're not giving Trump an A on the economy like Byron Donalds.
Hell no. And I want to know why he's able to peek behind the curtains and shit is going on. I want to know why right after that shit happened, the correspondence dinner really that is not geared towards Trump or the presidency at all is geared toward we're supposed to have access to your dumb ass, right?
Yeah.
That's why you're there. You're at our shit, which would be the correspondence.
I have no answer for that other than it looks like either the hits on Trump are not legitimate, and I don't want to go down that route, or the Secret Service, even during dire times, are just afraid to manhandle Trump.
Either way, they need to do something else. They need to have what's my boy's name? Dirty Harry. What's his real name?
Clint Eastwood.
Yeah, remember when Clint Eastwood played the Secret Service agent?
Yeah, you talking about In the Line of Fire?
Yeah, he took a bullet for somebody back in the day, and he was kind of messed up, but he was still that dude. You need them boys. Them boys that they had, dude ran by him, and he was scared because he ran by him. He jumped to the side and then pulled his firearm, and he still looked scared with the firearm in his hand.
Well, I mean, the problem is Trump is surrounded by loyalists and people who are afraid to challenge him, and that probably trickles down to the Secret Service. So when something happens, they're afraid to manhandle him because he'll fire you.
No, damn that. I mean, they might have did it wrong even with J.D. Vance, but guess what they did with J.D. Vance? Manhandled the shit out of him.
Because he ain't like Trump. He ain't going.
Guess what? Trump softened it a bit. He need lead shit in the front of his shoes to stay upright. Trump can get his ass dragged by 4-5 people. He is not that fucking strong. And if he tussle with him, he might have a heart attack.
That ain't what I'm talking about, Stick. I'm saying if you're dragging Trump or something and he ends up getting injured while you're trying to save his life or something like that, he might fire you. I mean, JD Vance would understand, look, I got hurt, but you was doing what you had to do to save my life. Trump may not be that understanding.
I don't give a damn. That's your job. If anything, you supposed to treat him like a goddamn bouncer at the club. You supposed to just toss his ass. Ain't none of that. Ain't no understanding when it comes to the president. You either gonna jump in front of the bullet, or you gonna manhandle his ass. Period. Ain't no. But wait a minute, let me put my shoe on. Ain't none of that.
That ain't how it works around Trump.
Your ass in the limo and let's fucking go.
That ain't how it works around Trump. That ain't how it.
Okay.
Well,
I guarantee you, my drill sergeant would have gave his ass an elbow.
And that would have been the last time he worked for him.
And it's okay. I say the president's life. He just got a goddamn melon on his head. He'd be all right. He'll heal. Maybe that'll help, boost up the dementia or some shit. I don't know. But his ass is alive.
Well, my guess is the Secret Service, just like Congress, Senate, and everybody else, they're putting their personal longevity, their personal job and income above what they actually supposed to do for the country and things like that. The Secret Service agent is more like, I would rather let him do whatever he wants as opposed to defending him the proper way and getting fired. They're putting that above it.
Guess what? Now, to a certain degree, I agree with that. You know why? Because I want it to happen. I'm being honest with you. I want it to happen.
You want the president to be wounded?
As long as it ain't me that did it, yes, I want it to happen. I'm good.
Stick. That's horrible.
And look, he want to go ahead. He might peek out there and it might be a rifle buzzer, and shit happens.
I'm going to pretend like you didn't say you want the president to take a bullet. I'm going to pretend like you didn't say that.
Curtain peeking. It could have been anything coming. What are you doing? That's dumb, but okay. You want to do it?
I gotta move on, but I agree with you. He shouldn't be peeking out of the curtain.
I'm just saying, look, if something happens, all they have to say is, well, he said he wanted to see, and who's gonna go up against Mr. Trump?
Oh my God. Yeah.
What? So you just said it. You just said it yourself, Tim. Well, he said, maybe they don't want to get fired. Okay, they don't want to get fired. So go ahead. Let his ass go out there and get popped.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
I mean, that's the problem is when you surround yourself with loyalists, they are so loyal, they let you do things that might be a fuck up. They just let you do whatever you want, even if it's not in your own best interest. I got to move it on, Stick. Thanks for coming through.
All right, Tim. I'll let you.
Appreciate it. And in the comments, shout out to you, cool, that you let MAGA tell their side of the story. Respect. Yeah, we absolutely are MAGA friendly here. Thank you, by the way, for that T2. When we hold up the hat, which I always do when I say we're MAGA friendly, we mean that. We mean that. You don't have to agree with anything we're saying here. If MAGA comes up on the program, we get MAGA and they're just as passionate, often angry, critical. We allow them to speak. We don't shorten their time or dictate how they should talk. If you're MAGA, you're entitled to your train of thought no matter what. Now, we may clash. That's a political discussion. That happens. But you have your right to speak here as long as we can preserve it. We'll go to Substack. And I think it was Jeremy Sanders. I think if he's still there, we'll try to bring him up. And tap the screen. We got Substack going as well. I love MAGA accents. What is a MAGA accent? I've never heard of a MAGA accent. There you go, sir. Can you hear me? That says, yeah. Is this? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. So what am I getting wrong?
Oh, I didn't say you necessarily got anything wrong right off the gates. I'm actually kind of open to whatever topic we're in right now.
Well, we're talking about Byron Donalds giving the economy an A.
Yeah, I think that's just team sports again. Team sports as usual. My side this, my side good, my side never critical.
So I mean, he's running for governor. He's just lying. In other words, is what you're saying.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I'm someone who's conservative, and Tim, I think you can recognize my voice.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm someone who's conservative, and also, by the way, people should come over to Substack. It's a lot nicer over here.
Really? Well, before you continue, folks, if you want to come up live, Substack, the name is the Handsome Liberal Substack, Substack. If you got that app, go download Substack, the Handsome Liberal. We'll bring you up live. We'll bring you. Doesn't matter what your politics are. Go ahead, though.
Yeah. So, it's a lot nicer over here, and it kind of weeds out the dumb people because most people don't read, and there's a lot more reading over here. But anyway, back to Byron Donalds. Look, I get that you have to toe the party line because Trump has he has a cult of personality around him. But I'm someone who wants real conservatives in office, and I want real conservative principles. I'm not saying that we can't fall short of our principles, because we all do from time to time. Nobody has ever been a completely stand on about their principles 100% of the time. Mm-hmm. But Trump is someone who doesn't even try. He's been married 3 times. He cheated on his wife with a porn star. He's not a real conservative on any stretch of the imagination. I voted for him specifically because I thought he was changing. And I actually thought that like in his first term, he did a much better job. Yeah. And then he basically failed. And I'm tired of people not being able to hold their own accountable.
Wow. So you're unhappy with your vote for Trump as well? Because I don't get a lot of disgruntled MAGA, but so you're unhappy with the way he's performed.
Absolutely, 110%, and I'm sick of people making excuses for it. Now, there are some things I'm a little bit weary on, like the E. Jean Carroll case. Like, there was a lot of suspicious stuff that came up in there. But even then, and it doesn't surprise me that he's got a lot of cases against him. And like I said, if someone falls short of their principle, it's not the same as not even trying. Mm-hmm. And that's what's going on. Now, I get that Byron wants to win, so he's got to play ball. But Byron, my guy, you got to listen to me. you don't have to lie. You don't have to lie for Trump. It's not going well. You know, I like back when we were talking about tariffs. You remember that, Tim, when we were talking about tariffs?
Yeah.
I was for them. Yeah. Here's the thing. I always believed that tariffs would have a little bit of a negative effect on the economy in the short term, but I thought in the long term it's a lot better. And the reason why it's better in the long term is because China is an adversary. And China wants to be able to have global supremacy when it comes to the market. And if we were to ever, like heaven forbid, go to war with them, like over something like Taiwan, if we're getting most of our stuff manufactured over there, obviously that's a huge
problem.
Logistical
That's a
nightmare.
problem.
Yeah. Yeah, so and I thought like over time we will build independence and the economy that went down will go back up. So I was willing to have that happen. But here's the thing. I never pretended. I never lied and said that and like, oh, there's no negative effects.
I think to me, there's more negative effect for the United States because of Trump's mouth than his actual policies. I think a lot of things that he is doing, even the things that are considered controversial, would not go off as bad if he wasn't running his mouth so much. Like tariffing the whole world simultaneously, probably it's going to be controversial. But if he had done it in private versus going on television and saying all these countries were a piece of shit, you're challenging these world leaders to be resistive and fight back because you're treating them so bad. Same thing with starting a war with Iran and not getting any assistance from NATO. If he hadn't talked so much shit about those leaders before the Iran war and then starting the war and said we don't need them and they ain't been doing, if you take his mouth out of the picture, I think he would be a lot more successful even when he's doing things that are wrong. But the MAGA Saturday Owl, since he came down the golden escalator, has been trying to convince everybody else, including the left, that you should just let him say whatever he wants to say about people and deal with it. Not respond, not have derangement syndrome, not hate him. You should just let him criticize you and understand that's just what he does. And that's just never going to work. Grown men ain't going to let you talk to him like that.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the grown man. We saw Justin Cuck Trudeau get kind of humbled by him pretty fast, but that's because Justin Cuck Trudeau is Justin Cuck Trudeau.
Yeah, but the nation of Canada, okay, if let's say Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada, let Trump call him governor and treat him like shit. When it's time for elections in Canada, and Trudeau was trying to get millions of people to vote for him to be Prime Minister again, the first response is, you a pussy. You didn't stand up to the United States. How do we know you're going to stand up to anybody else? You let him do that to you in front of all of us. So you're making him look weak in front of his own people.
Yeah, there's definitely a strategic art to how to talk to people. And Trump seems to be just like he doesn't seem to be artful or skillful. He's just kind of a wild old bull, in a china shop. And the thing is, there are absolutely times where you should use harsh language and not be afraid to. In fact, it'll make you look better because it'll avoid making you look weak. But again, it has to be case dependent and it has to be for the right reasons. It's kind of like going up. It's kind of like if you're in prison and you don't know who's your friend and who you're not. And then also you just decide to smack some random person you don't know for no reason. You're not being smart.
No.
That person could have been your best friend. He could have been an ally.
Yep.
And you're just smacking him around. You're going to get your shit kicked in.
Yeah.
And you're going to make most people hate you.
That's a good point. I think in Trump's case, though, we said we needed a businessman as president. I think what he is doing as president was probably very successful for him as a businessman. The aggressive tactics, the no mercy,
Actually, Tim, here's the thing. I think he has some skills in the world of business, but I actually have got to disagree with you there. You want to know why?
Why?
Because I know several businessmen, not closely, but I'm we're like golf buddies and stuff like that.
Yeah, but not at that level?
So like I play golf for fun. Like touching grass and all that. But like we're not like super close beyond like the greens. But like businessmen, there are some people. They may not be billionaires, but they're in the millions that I know around my state, and they'll tell you right away, you need to be strategic. Because a harsh tongue is like an explosion. It'll get you attention right away, but it goes away really fast. And if you're not able to be kind to people, if you know that old phrase like you can catch more bees with honey than with vinegar, that applies 100% in business. You are constantly trying to like make deals. You're trying to like with like suppliers. You are always trying to make sure or that people will actually like you. You know, to have allies especially like in the legal world. If you piss off your lawyer or like that guy could keep you out of a lawsuit that you didn't deserve to be in the first place.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, and I think in Trump's case that, like I said, his mouth. You can only make so many enemies. You can't be, I mean, like under Trump, MAGA believes we have 0 allies on the entire planet. I think they're giving Israel a little bit of credit for being an ally, but MAGA believes that we don't have a single ally on the planet. You just can't survive like that. I think
you can't.
And before you continue, Denkel says, I give MAGA Reacts credit for breaking the spell of Trump and the MAGA cult. So there you go.
Yeah. Thing is I am okay with sometimes losing some allies for the right reasons. Like it's kind of like losing a friend that is toxic. You know, you have to do it for the right reasons. But here's the thing. It should always be for the right reasons. Like if you're doing it for the wrong reasons, you know, and you're just a jerk who doesn't know how to like keep allies, well then like imagine all the times that things are going to go wrong. You know, like this is a little bit off topic, but I'm going to bring it right back to what we're talking about. Like, have you ever heard of the streamer Clavicular?
No.
He is part of this community of people who believes that good looks are the only thing that matters in the world of success and dating and making money. And he's pushing and like to the point where he's willing to take like meth in order to stay lean. And I'm not even joking. That's actually something he's admitted to. Yeah. And this good-looking guy is willing to get his jaw surgery to fix minor stuff. Anyway, he was in an interview one time where he said, like, what's the ROI? You know, the return on investments in like going on a date with a girl just because you like her and not streaming it. You know, what's the why would you talk to people at a bar? You know, and at one point in another stream he overdosed, and people were like, "There's the reason right there, idiot." Because you didn't have any friends who came to your aid when all of a sudden you needed them. I mean, you were literally potentially going to die. You know, if it wasn't for a random civilian who called it in.
Yeah, I think Trump treating the world like everybody's an enemy is going to come back to bite us long after he's gone. I mean, because first of all, you're going to create an arms race among our allies. Now that they know they cannot necessarily depend on America, then they're all going to start having their own, because and Trump made it sound like, well, they need to increase their military spending and their GDP. Yeah, but it's a big difference if they do it as an ally versus if they do it as an outsider. So that's the first thing. And the more powerful they get, the less powerful we are. When they're not dependent on the United States, they don't feel we're reliable or we even view them as an ally. That's when they start shopping around, they start meeting new friends, and that's just not going to be beneficial to the United States. And I don't think he thought that part out.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Like, here's the thing. I do think on some level, European countries and other countries in Asia do kind of take advantage of our generosity to a certain degree. I do think that we do need to be willing to be like, okay, I'm not a piggy bank. You know, I'm not a. You can't just take money out of me whenever you want. But there is a respectable and an intelligent way of doing that. Trump didn't do that. Now, here's something I will say about the Trump administration that I do like. It looks like they're still going forward with the wall. I'm pretty glad about that because we do need to control immigration. Now, obviously, when someone comes over illegally, the punishment should fit the crime. But I do think we really need to start.
Do you favor deporting people to Africa and countries they've never been to before?
No. You can deport people, but deport them to where they actually belong. You know,
What if their home country won't take them back?
punish their home country for not taking them back somehow. Maybe put sanctions on them or something.
And I see in the comments, Billy Wap says, ask you, are you embarrassed by Trump?
Yeah, why shouldn't we be?
Wow, you really have changed your tone on this guy. Shit, what happened? Did he raid your house? Did he send you an immigration letter?
No. He made me watch Gilmore Girls back to back on DVD. It was horrible.
And in the comments earlier, a moment ago, I said that there may be hell to pay after Trump is gone for some of the stuff he did. Mike DeSella says, what makes you think Trump is leaving the office? Father Time is undefeated. The guy is 80 years old right now, and he still has 2.5 years left. He's only going, but he's not Betty White. Father Time, I know he's leaving because he's not going to be alive. That's how I know he's leaving.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. Look, I've known people who've lived into their 90s. My grandma died at 98. You know, but here's the thing. She was pretty spunky up to that point. She was pretty full of spunk and full of energy. You know, she was moving around pretty good until the last, say, 6 years, where she got when she got Alzheimer's. You know, but like Trump, he does not look normal. He's not the Trump of 2016. He doesn't look that way. He is absolutely petering out.
I mean, it is. Well, keep in mind, you see what happened to Obama and other people. I mean, it's the most stressful job you can ever have. I mean, to give that to an 80-year-old man, and in Trump's case, it's worse because President Trump, and this may be where the MAGA side will totally agree with me, because people know the liberals are after him. It's not like Trump is going to leave office and spend the rest of his days golfing or surfing like Obama or some shit like that. That motherfucker's going to be in court. They're going to find ways. I mean, whether it's his kids trying to protect their fortunes that they made, the Democrats and independents and probably even some traditional Republicans are coming after him. They've made way too much money in a short period of time. There are people whose lives have been permanently affected by people who think that what they've done is war crimes and shit like that. They're going to be dealing with all of that. So when Trump's term is up, he's not going to just ride off into the sunset like that. There's going to be, so he has a reason to be aging faster than even the rest of them.
Yeah, and here's something I think people need to understand. I'm still conservative, and I'm still probably not going to vote Democrat. I'll probably vote Libertarian.
So is Marjorie Taylor Greene. So is Liz Cheney. So is Adam Kinzinger. So is many of the Candace Owens and all that. It's just that you're not supporting Trump.
Yeah, and the thing is, I think nuance is where the internet is where nuance goes to die. I should make a T-shirt about that anyway. But but like, I think we need to understand that principle should come first. You know, because people will fail, and sometimes unintentionally, sometimes half intentionally. You know, I'm sure Tim, you've done things in your life where you're like, if I could go back, I wouldn't do that.
Shit, I've been married before. I've been married. I gotta move it on. MAGA reacts as always, but yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think a good shirt would say,
reacts?
Huh?
Did you just call me MAGA reacts?
Yeah.
It's Jeremy.
Oh, I didn't recognize your voice. Okay, that's why you sound so. That's why your logic is so off, Coulter, because MAGA, I knew you were already kind of shaking from. That's what fucked. Okay, that makes more sense now, because I thought you were MAGA reaction for. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. All right, Jeremy, I got to move it on. Now it makes a lot more sense. I thought you were MAGA reaction for a minute.
Yeah, have a good one, Tim.
Appreciate it. All right, moving on with the program. So didn't count. That was MAGA reacts. That was not. I mean, that was Jeremy. That was not MAGA reacts. That's a big difference. Ship them illegals anywhere. Who cares? Says Gen X. Look around and find out. Do you guys not care about humans at all? Do you believe that if somebody enters America illegally, you should just be able to do anything you want to them? You know, ship them to a country they've never been to before, ship them to a prison like CCOT, maybe throw them in a barrel full of fire. I mean, is it just zero humanity? I mean, is that the belief that we just, I mean, this is where people say that, this is where people get those really, really dark views of MAGA. Because he's saying ship them illegals anywhere. Who cares? It's like, that's a human being you're talking about. Wow. Anyway, Trump has never worked. What do you mean he's never worked? Biden worked 3 hours a day and took 3 vacations at beach every week. He did less work as president than any president in our history. He worked 3 hours a day and took 3 vacations. I don't believe all of that's true. I don't know what Biden's work schedule is, so I'm not saying you're wrong, but I don't believe that's true. I don't believe Biden only worked 3 hours a day and took 3-day vacations, and I don't believe all of that. I do know Trump seems to be working more than most presidents because he's on the internet. I don't think a lot of Trump's work is productive, though. If you're up at 3 o'clock in the morning and you're posting all kinds of divisive tweets and shit like that, that ain't the best productivity for your work. But I do think Trump holds a hell of a schedule. I think he does work more than the typical president because a lot of his work is being divisive. I think he enjoys, and MAGA does too, by the way. MAGA, if there to me, the biggest accomplishment for President Trump, by far the biggest accomplishment for President Trump is liberal tears. When you hear MAGA give Trump high marks, it ain't because their income has grown, their bank accounts are fat, they're eating better, their 401ks are growing. It's because he has done a really good job fucking up people that they thought were bad for society or people they don't like. He's made life harder for the trans, for instance. He's getting the immigrants out. None of this stuff is affecting their life specifically, but they favor it because he is going after people they thought were problems. That is by far President Trump's biggest accomplishment. When you see him drop shit on protesters or you get the chant, I stand with ICE and all of that, that's what's keeping MAGA really, really happy with Trump's performance. It ain't lowering the price of gas or making their groceries any cheaper, but it makes them happy to see him going after folks that they thought were a problem. That's what they're really feasting off of, is that stuff. Because they're paying the same for gas as you and I. They're paying the same for groceries as you and I. Even if you live in areas like, let's say you live in Oklahoma and you don't live in California. The price of gas and stuff in California is high. Not so much in Oklahoma. But it's still going up in Oklahoma. And the salaries in Oklahoma are not as high. So just because you don't live in California don't mean the gas prices may not be seriously affecting you. But they're still giving Trump high marks because of the other stuff that I just mentioned. He's bashing and manhandling and winning over the people. Like him winning court cases. For MAGA, that's a win for them. When Trump wins a court case, like when he beat Jack Smith or whatever, MAGA takes that as a personal victory. Blue won banks with the Galaxy. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. And thank you folks on TikTok, even though I'm not taking callers because of the few days censorship. Thank you that you have been tapping the screen. Some of you folks even had mustaches and that kind of shit. So thank you folks on TikTok. We will be on tomorrow and we will be on the main page where we can take callers. This is the backup page anyway. The backup page is the Handsome Liberal without the last L. So Handsome Libera. The main page is still functioning as normal. So we'll be back on the main page. But yeah, the MAGA celebrations are basically a steady diet of liberal tears. When he does things that piss off the left, that's what they're celebrating. You know, like I said, dumping shit on protesters, watching ICE manhandle people like Alex Preddy and seeing, you know, Kristi Noem, he's a domestic terrorist. Yay, 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 I stand with ICE. That's what they're celebrating. That ain't helping them out in their daily life at all. And like I said, the same thing when he wins court cases, he beats Disney or he goes after Jimmy Kimmel or gets Jimmy Kimmel taken off the air. That's the stuff they're celebrating, is that stuff. That's the stuff that is giving them the feeling of victory. I always use the sports analogy. I'm a Bears fan, being from Chicago. I like the Chicago Bears. When they win, people ask me, we won last Sunday. We won that game. It's we, even though I'm not on the team. I wasn't even in the stadium. But I celebrate their wins. That's how the Trump and MAGA relationship works. I still got to go to work in the morning. Still got to pay my bills, all of that shit. The Bears winning that game didn't do a damn thing for my life, for my economics, anything going on in my life. The Bears winning does nothing for me. But I say I won that. I feel good watching them win. And I think that's what people are getting from President Trump is because he is winning his fucking ass off. He is winning. His adversaries are all on the ropes. I mean, he's winning tons and tons of lawsuits. He's making more money than ever. And he's pissing off liberals like no other. And the right is celebrating that. But like I said, it is having zero effect on their own personal life, their personal economy, their health care bills. If your car breaks down, watching Trump beat the liberals does nothing for you. When Trump Trump had a speech today where he bragged about Disney, or it might have been 60 Minutes, editing an interview from Kamala Harris. Now, he's at the Villages speaking, and he brags about how they edited a speech from Kamala Harris, and he sued and won $30 million. The audience is going crazy. They're celebrating that. You didn't get any of that $30 million whatsoever, and you're not going to get 1 cent of that. But they feel like that's a win. We beat Disney. We showed them liberals. We're going to get Jimmy Kimmel next. Maybe we'll get The View. That ain't changing your life at all. That's not, but that's what they're celebrating. So they're celebrating his wins. Anyway, looking in the comments, Trump isn't doing to fix our economy that got tanked under Biden and took 4 years in a 4 years in a year, brother. Everything, including meds, were going down until Iran happened. Well, even if what you're saying is true, Iran happened because of Trump. So, my house was starting to look really good. I was buying furniture and everything until the fire happened. Well, if I set the fucking fire, then it's my fault. You're telling me everything was going well until Iran happened. Well, he's the reason Iran happened. So he still gets blamed for it. I don't understand where you're trying to go. You're making it sound like Iran just attacked us, and now the economy's fucked up because Trump is out there defending us. No, that was an optional war. We didn't have to attack Iran. He chose to do that. And I strongly believe history will show that. The same reasons we went into Iraq are the exact same reasons we went into Iran. It was an evil dictator. He was allegedly killing his own people. He was trying to develop weapons of mass destruction. A nuclear bomb is the same thing. It's all the same reasons. And we wanted to replace him. We went into Iraq and Iran for the same thing. And I don't think history will judge either one of them differently. It was an optional war with Iraq, and it's going to go down in history as an optional war with Iran. And in both cases, it cost a bunch of money. For at least in Trump's case, he's helping relieve a little bit of misery by not putting troops on the ground. But still, the amount of money spent is going to be astronomical. Because you're only hearing about the $1 billion a day while we got troops over there and while we're blowing their shit up. They haven't told you how much money it's going to cost to replace all them bases that Iran destroyed. They haven't even told you about all the bases that Iran destroyed, period. We made it sound like we went over there and kicked ass and pretty much took no casualties at all, Harley. Okay, we lost 13. We lost a couple of airplanes. That's it. No, there's a whole lot more. Iran caused a whole lot more damage than that. And they're not telling you all that stuff. That will come out. So in the end, you will find out that it was astronomically expensive. How do you know that, says Colby? Well, as somebody mentioned, places like Al Jazeera, some folks who got military connections. If you listen to some of the cable news outlets, when you do hear a Democrat senator or Democrat congressman debating with a Republican, some of it comes out there. And then them Lego videos are not all propaganda either. All that shit in them Lego videos is not fake news. But you hear enough of it coming from different areas to the point where you know some of this shit is true. If they start telling you about the same base over and over again or how it was destroyed over and over again, folks have satellite issues and stuff like that. And there's ways of finding out. So yeah, it's happening. Somebody says Bahrain is gone. Yeah, so it is what it is. Tim is rooting for Iran, says Robert Kennedy. And that shit needs to stop. That needs to stop. That if you criticize Trump or if you criticize our involvement in Iran, that you're somehow rooting for the fucking enemy. Which basically says you are not allowed in this country the right to criticize what we're doing. By any criticism means you're unpatriotic. That's king dictator like type shit. Same shit they were saying when we were dealing with Iraq. That if you didn't agree with the Iraq war, you weren't a patriot. Yeah, that's dictator type shit. Going back to the box, we'll make it happen with Ghost Rider. For people looking for evidence on AutoPen, Biden admitted using it but using AutoPen is not illegal, by the way. If you want to suggest that Biden, and I'm trying to bring up a caller, if you want to suggest that Biden using AutoPen was done by somebody else, or because he was out of his fucking mind, just force him to come before Congress and testify. Biden would come before Congress immediately and say, I knew what I was doing, and I'm here to tell you that. It would be over with. But it's easier to just pretend like he didn't know what he was doing than actually to try to ask him. Biden, even right now, could come before you and tell you, I was in my cognitive abilities were there, and I signed this, and I still stand by it to this day. All you got to do is ask him. But it doesn't help you to get him there and show what he was doing was legit. It helps more to pretend like he didn't and leave it out there like that. But using AutoPen was not illegal. You legally can use AutoPen. You can legally do that. 20 years later, and we're still cleaning up Bush's mess. Now we got another one that's gonna bite our asses. Yeah. This guy's a goof, says Ice Cube, another guest. I don't know what happened with that last guest, but MAGA reacts. Your name did come up. We'll try it again. I'm having trouble on Instagram bringing up guests. Jeremy, don't pump Byron Donalds. He didn't. MAGA reacts. Good evening.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, I mistook Jeremy for you a minute ago. Now you're still quite satisfied with Trump, right?
I have him at a C.
Huh?
I have him at a C, especially when it comes to the economy.
You have him at a C, so you're giving him an average. You don't regret your vote, right?
No, I don't. Because as bad as things are, they would have been worse under Harris.
Why do you say that under? Now, I don't know if you're right or wrong, so I'm just going to get your opinion. Why do you say under Kamala Harris things would have been worse? In what way?
I mean, to start off, the border would still be wide open. And then we'd probably still have all these other issues on top of that.
What are the other? You think she would have went into Iran?
I think so. I think it would have happened one way or another.
I don't. If you think, what did Iran do that's different now than when Biden was in office or Obama? Because Biden and Obama didn't go into Iran. Why would you think Kamala Harris would do it? What changed?
They're all under the thumb of Israel in one way or another. And I don't know. I don't like to talk Kodesh. So I can't tell you how it would have happened. I'm just sure it would have happened. The same way the Ukraine war happened and all the other shit happened under Biden. It's not like they handled that shit any better.
You're holding Biden responsible for for Russia invading Ukraine?
Yeah, and for Gaza. I mean, shit. You guys forget that Gaza was a huge problem.
How could Biden have stopped Russia from invading the Ukraine?
By being tougher on Russia, by keeping oil price. If he would have kept oil production up, Russia couldn't afford to go into Ukraine. It's because of high oil prices that they had the money.
So if Biden could have stopped Russia from invading the Ukraine, then why hasn't Trump done it? Why hasn't he ended the war? He promised to do it in 24 hours.
Well, that's what he's working on. And once he takes care of Iran and oil prices are very low, Russia's not going to have money for the Ukraine war because, their fucking economy is based on oil too. I think that's his whole goal to basically, he's gambling. This whole thing in Iran is a huge gamble. The Venezuela thing was a gamble. it succeeds and he brings down the price of oil, not only does he make everything cheaper because everything's based off oil, but also he weakens Russia and China, and that might lead him to the end of the Ukraine war.
I think the issue,
The other shit he wants to do.
and I see Robert Kennedy says, fuck Obama. Obama's long gone. I think the problem is, certainly from the Trump administration, we're thinking that a lot of people, a lot of these countries operate under the same logic we do, which is why Dick Cheney thought that we would be viewed as liberators when we went into Iraq, and Trump tried to indicate that Iran would be happy to see us come, and how folks think that if you fuck up their economies, they're going to bow down to the United States. As I told you last time we talked, North Korea and Cuba are perfect examples that all countries do not bow down to the will of America just because you ruined their economy. North Korea's in the dark at night. They're not bowing down. Cuba, they've been driving cars from the 50s because we don't allow anybody to trade with them. They're not bowing down. But yet we're still in 2026 saying, well, if we ruin their economies in Russia or Iran, they're going to do what we want. They don't always do that.
I didn't go as far as say they're going to do what we want. It's going to be a lot harder for Russia to go to war with the oil price is low. And as far as Cuba and North Korea, unlike Iran, they're not as important. I mean, they're dangerous, but they're not that important at all. I don't see them affecting the world's economy like Iran is right now.
Wait a minute. And if somebody in the comments says North Korea is a nuclear power, you really need to do it. Who said North Korea was not? What are you talking about? I said North Korea is being heavily sanctioned by the West, and they're not bowing down because of the sanctions. And they got shit to do with whether they got a nuclear weapon or not. We want North Korea to act a certain way. They're not doing it, so we sanction them into poverty, and they're not letting the sanctions stop them from behaving the way they want. They got shit to do with whether they got a bomb or not. We know they got a nuclear weapon. And they got nothing to do with what I just said. So you really need to listen to what you're talking about first. But I don't know, MAGA reaction. Go ahead.
The other thing with Cuba and North Korea, they don't have that religious factor to worry about. They're not religious zealots, you know? So I think they're more likely if leaving them alone, they won't be a problem than Iran.
To me, that's worse that they are religious zealots.
They're not. That's what I'm saying. That's why I don't mind North Korea and Cuba, because they're not. So they're not a problem. You don't have to worry about them doing a jihad or anything like that.
So what do you think is going to be, if you had to speculate, which is what we're doing here, what do you think the ultimate end is going to be in North Korea? Not North Korea, Iran. Are we going to win? Are we going to just back down? What is this leading to?
A second ago, we're gonna end the prices down.
Your signal's breaking up. You're breaking up. Say that again. Yeah.
Weaken Russia.
Yeah. I may have to drop you. Your signal. Yeah. Some.
Let me take this headset. I turned my Wi-Fi on. Let me take this headset off. 1 second.
He actually makes more sense. Julio said he actually makes more sense this way. Oh my God. Go ahead, MAGA.
So yeah, it's gonna bring oil prices down, which is gonna make our economy go, especially if fucking Powell actually reduces interest rate like he should be doing. I don't know why he's.
How is that a victory, MAGA? When Trump started the war in Iran, in February, he had the State of the Union address a few weeks before he attacked Iran. He was bragging that the average cost of gas was $2.20. Gas prices were already low before he attacked Iran. So we go through all of this and we just go back to where we were? Where did we win at?
How do we be even lower than before?
In a dollar range? You sound like Straight Talk Commerce. You think it's going to be below $2 a gallon?
Yeah, I mean, if we succeed in Iran, I don't know below $2, but it's going to be down there. It's going to be really cheap. And again, you keep saying gas. Oil and gas are kind of separate. Like, I know that they're related, but they're also separate. And oil itself leads, is where we get plastic from, where we get a bunch of shit from. So just having low oil prices will make everything else cheaper.
But so I think if we succeed, we'll have a very good future. But that's the gamble.
What does success? So what does success look like?
For elections.
What does success look like? Is Iran going to have a different regime that we put in? Because that's what he said. He also said he wants to stop them from killing their own protesters. And are we going to be able to do that stuff?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know if we're going to accomplish all our goals, but I think they're already being careful with who they kill over there as far as the protesters. And I don't know. And I think if we get what we got in Venezuela, where it's not necessarily regime change, but the old regime behaves itself, I think I'll be happy with that. And then the Strait of Hormuz open again. And then if we take the sanctions off Iran, and that will really bring down oil prices if we actually, fix things over there and just take the sanctions off and let them sell their oil in the regular market.
To me, it just sounds like, at best, we might get oil prices for a few pennies cheaper, but we're going to just go right back to where we were before the war began.
I think they're going to be low as hell. I think it's going to be as low as like COVID, but unlike COVID, the demand is going to be there. COVID, we had low oil prices, but there was no demand. This will have, low oil prices and good demand for it to use it to improve our economy.
And you think this is going to happen fairly quick or years down the line?
I mean, it has to happen quick or fucking Trump's fucked. Because if he doesn't do it in the next, 2 months, the midterms are going to screw him,
That ain't happening. What you just described.
Done in the next month or so.
Yeah,
he's going to just be screwed by the midterms.
Yeah, what you just described is not going to be happening in the next 2 months. I highly doubt that. If we were talking about a few years or something, maybe, but in the next couple of months, you're talking June, July? No. Gas being $2 a gallon or less by July? That ain't happening.
But look at it. It's only been 2 months since the start of this war. So
Yeah.
it's only been high for 2 months. So why not? It could go. I mean, he has to end the war. He has to solve that situation somehow.
I think
Either ending the war, or if he could secure the Strait of Hormuz, if he could find a way to make it where ships could go through,
I think the reason why you're saying it's only been 2 months, I think the damage to relationships and new contracts that stuff's gonna last for years. That's like if me and you get into a 10-minute fight. Well, it's only been our relationship may be harmed because of that 10-minute fight for years. I just don't think you're gonna do this for 2 months and then in 2 months things are back to normal.
Friends, we'll get over it real quick. If these people are actually our friends, I don't know, our relationships are gonna
The way Trump has treated everybody involved, even people who were considered our friends, the stuff he has said about them and things like that throughout this, he ain't gonna apologize for all that shit.
And again, if they're really our friends, they'll get over it.
Yeah, with the next president.
The world's better off because
No.
of the actions.
They'll get over it with the next president. Like I mentioned earlier, if you're a chancellor or a prime minister or a leader in your own country, you can't let your constituents see you get punked out like Trump has done if you expect to win your own next election. They can only come back once Trump is out. You can't be still friendly with the United States and letting them treat you like that at the same time. You got to do something for your own legacy in your own country.
Listen, most of those people have bigger problems. They should be concentrating on their own economies and their own well-being.
They are.
Most people aren't paying attention to all this bullshit like me and you are.
Yeah, they are. But people, I'm sure there's a lot of people in France and in Germany and stuff like that know President Trump they'll said all kinds of awful shit about their leaders because they have newspapers and media just like we do. I mean, when the president of the United States is threatening to take Greenland and all these countries got to send a few contingents of soldiers to Greenland to show that they're willing to stand up to the United States, the people in those countries know. We sent 20 soldiers just for representation to Greenland because Trump was threatening to take it. They know about that stuff.
Yeah, but again, long term, are they going to remember that shit? The news cycle nowadays, so much shit is coming and going. I don't think people hold on to things like they used to.
Unless you just completely ignoring the internet altogether, even foreign news services, Al Jazeera, BBC, Sky News, All of them are telling you the shit Trump is saying. Those European news services, those, unless you just in Europe completely ignoring what's going on, you know America is not acting like America normally acts. Not to mention your gas prices in Europe are way up now, and they're telling you it's because of what America did. I don't know if I lost that caller, but Instagram, I think, just froze. I might have to drop Instagram for some reason. It just froze. I'll just say real quick. They just need to I don't think that let me turn this damn thing off. I don't think that the Europeans are that much out of the loop. I used to live in Australia, and I still got Australians I talk to all the time. They know exactly what's going on. I get folks asking me all the time, what happened to your country? Not to mention, we got the World Cup coming up. People are getting advisories about how it's not as safe to come to America as it used to be. We're deporting people everywhere. What's going on in this country is getting out. People are not just roaming the streets of Europe and Australia and Mexico and South America, and they're just oblivious. They know what we're doing over here. They know what's going on. We're making news constantly. So, yeah, I think my last caller was wrong about that. People know. Somebody in the comments says Kamala is done. Yeah, Kamala Harris, I don't think you're going to see, unless she runs for, governor or something like that. Yeah, I don't think Kamala Harris is going to do much on the national level anymore. It is what there are areas where she could prevail. I don't think she would want to go all the way down to a representative or Congress. I think Kamala Harris could be a senator again. She was senator in California before. I think she could pull that off again. So, just like Mitt Romney was a governor in Massachusetts, then he ran for president. I think did he run once or twice? Anyway, he failed. He didn't make it, just like Kamala Harris didn't make it. And then he went back to being a senator again. He was just in Utah, I think it was, after that. Kamala Harris could be a senator. There's a lot of places Kamala Harris could probably run for Senate and win. She ain't going to do it in Alabama, but there's plenty of places she could run for Senate and win. So if she wants to be a national politician, there's still some hope for her. I don't know about as president, but as senator, I think she could pull it off. Governor, I think she would be very competitive. If she ran for governor in California, she'd be very competitive. My home state of Illinois, I think she could win Illinois. I think Kamala Harris could win Illinois for governor. I think she'd be very competitive in New York. There's a lot of places she could be very useful at. Just probably not as president. Looking in the comments, Kamala Harris would have paid off the deficit and made the economy stronger. Well, we'll never know that. Democrats don't like Harris. She will never win. She won't even get out of the primaries. As a president, I don't think she would win. I agree. I don't think she would win. But like I said, there's a lot of other national offices and big offices that she could win. Kamala Harris would have paid. Oh, I saw that already. She will be president. I don't think she's even going to run for president again. Rubio is now the most qualified person to be president. Harris has accomplished nothing. Well, you lean right if you're going to make a statement like that. I don't know what has Rubio accomplished that's so great. He is the smartest one in the room in the Trump administration. He is the most accomplished for the Trump administration. But having Trump's policies and actions as president and defending all that shit is big time baggage for Rubio. If Rubio runs for president, any Republican that was not part of the Trump administration that runs against him is going to be bringing up all of the shit he said about Trump, stuff he defended from Trump. Not to mention all of the quotes he made before becoming part of the Trump administration, which were very negative of Trump. Rubio said a lot of really negative shit about Trump. Just like J.D. Vance said Trump is like Hitler. If Rubio runs for president, he got to answer for that shit. Why did you say this and then change your mind in that? He's got to answer for all of that. So being part of the Trump administration is going to be baggage for Rubio. He has to answer for all that stuff. But amongst the Trump administration, I do think he's the most qualified. I think, in fact, I think he got 100% confirmation, even from the left. The rest of them folks like Hegseth and all of them were struggling to get in there. Everybody saw Rubio as more qualified. So there you go. Trump is the best president ever. And like I said, I understand why people say that. If you believe Trump is the best president ever, you're taking everything he says at face value. You don't need proof of anything. Because if you say Trump is the best president ever, and then people start asking you, well, what makes him the best president ever? You start running short on shit really quick. Unless you just quote him as stuff he said. But if you have to prove it, he ain't even probably ain't even in the top 10, maybe top 20. You look at this economy right now and give him best ever? We're at war. And we may not even meet any decent objectives. Best ever? Best ever how? What has he really accomplished? He secured the border. He prevented biological males from playing in sport. His first term was significantly better than where he is now. But ever? Compared to Reagan breaking up the Soviet Union, Kennedy sending a man to the moon and all that other shit, Lincoln freeing the slaves, FDR defeating the Nazis. How does Trump get to the top? What has he done? What has he done to put him at the top? I don't see anything that's in there that will compare to shit like that. We trust Trump to do the right thing. Nothing wrong with that. You trust him all you want, but best ever? What is it based on? Matthew says, new gold chain. Yeah, a little something to reflect a little light there. Anyway, folks, I do appreciate the 61,000. Like I said, tomorrow we'll be on, and we'll certainly be on the main page where we can take callers again and things like that. Every president has his highs and lows. Yeah, but we don't call every president the greatest ever. I don't think Obama wasn't. I would never suggest that Obama was the best president we've ever had. We had a pretty good economy under Clinton, a lot of unity under Clinton. I don't put him as the best ever. We're divided as fuck under Trump. Best ever? What metric? The economy's not great. Like I said, the elections are all fucked up. Even if you ask Trump, they're fucked up. What metric? What has greatly improved since Trump has been in office? What are you judging them on to even come close to the best ever? Other than what I mentioned earlier. He is awesome when it comes to making liberals cry and doing things that are beneficial to him. That is what you're judging him on, is that shit. That shit. Culture wars, as Shanti would say. But yeah, him, what has he accomplished? Are people's 401ks looking great or something? I mean, what is he doing? This is where you're getting them best ever. Keep voting KKK Democrats. The very definition is stupid and insane. Rudimentary or whatever your name is. You're not going to convince people that the Democrats are KKK stuff, even with the Southern Poverty Law Center and things like that. I mean, look, it doesn't matter what part of the African American community you're talking about. The ones that are dirt poor, the ones that are rich, the ones that are homeless, the ones that are living in mansions, the ones that are high school dropouts, the ones that are highly educated. None of them believe that. None of them believe that if you want to get rid of racism, you should vote Republican and get away from the Democrat KKK party. The overwhelming majority of people who are saying that are not people of color. Nobody believes that. I mean, if it sounds good for you to say it, go for it. But when you look at the ideals, the mindset of white supremacist groups like the KKK and things like that, they clearly line up. It's a right-wing group. Just like the Taliban and shit. It's a right-wing group. You're going to tell me the Democrats that are pro-LGBTQ and putting blacks in Supreme Court justices and trying to put black president, that's the KKK party? Meanwhile, you look at the Trump administration. Is there even a black member in that whole administration? That's the party that loves everybody. You can see. You can actually see. You don't need to do anything but just open up your eye. You can see it. Go get a picture of the Biden administration standing on the White House steps, and then go get a picture of the Trump administration standing on the White House steps, and you tell me that this is the Trump part. This is where the minorities belong over here. You can see the party, the Democrat KKK party. They just like hiring minorities and shit all the time. The party that is for DEI and affirmative action, that's the KKK. You can see. It doesn't make any sense to even try to pass that through, because you can clearly see. I mean, now you got the Save America Act that has been, well, not the Save America Act, but the Voting Rights Act that the Supreme Court turned around. All of the black people seem to think that this rolling this back is some kind of way detrimental to their voting rights. The Democrat Party agrees with them. The Republican Party disagrees. But the Democrat Party is the party of the KKK. Just as I always say, get 10, 15,000 blacks in an auditorium and have them come up with 5 most important issues of how the country should be ran. And you can see which party favors them more. That's all you got to do. Get whatever 5 issues, have them all collectively submit what they think is wrong with the country, how they think it needs to be fixed. And the 5 issues that get repeated the most, those are the 5 issues that represent that group. The Republicans are going to be on the other side of all those issues. But the Democrats are the party of the KKK. You can see. You can actually see. That's all you need to do. I mean, all of the... Think about the folks who eat, sleep, and breathe racism. The Jesse Jacksons, the Al Sharptons, the white supremacist groups, the KKK. People who eat, sleep, and breathe racism. They all have the same mindset. You don't actually see real white supremacists out there campaigning for the Democrats. You don't see them at all. You don't see the people who are carrying Nazi flags and talking about Jews will not replace us showing up at Democrat rallies. You don't see them at all. And the civil rights leaders, if the KKK is the party of the Democrats, then all of the civil rights leaders will be telling you to stay away from the Democrats. They're saying the opposite. So they don't know what they're talking about either. Like I said, you can see enough to... It's pretty clear that doesn't make sense. It's pretty... I mean, all of the civil rights leaders. In fact, can anybody name any civil rights leader that affiliates with the Republican Party? Any of them. There's lots of folks who fight for civil rights. Do you know any of them? They all affiliate with the KKK Democrats, huh? All the civil rights leaders think the KKK is working with them, huh? Then maybe the KKK has changed. The Republican Party has not. I mean, you think of any civil rights leader, anybody who even talks about civil rights leaders, like the civil rights rather, like the LeBron James and all, any of them affiliate with the Republican Party. If the Democrat Party is the party of the KKK. Sadly, I think there is plenty of racism in the USA, says Diane. Yeah, I'm just simply saying, though, if we're to believe that the Republican Party is the party of unity and the Democrat Party is the party of KKK, just think about the most diverse areas in America. Most of the time, it's big cities. There are virtually no big cities that are Republican. Most of the Republican areas in America are not very diverse. Like you can see enough to make it clear that statement that the Democrats are the party of the KKK doesn't make sense in modern time. It just doesn't. Wherever you go and there is diversity, you're going to find Democrats. When you go places and it leans right, and the further right it leans, the less diverse it is. Out of the top 50 largest cities in America, I think like 9 of them are Republican. And you got to go pretty far down the list to encounter that. I think Oklahoma City, I think Oklahoma City is number 15th largest city in America. it's Republican. All the rest of them above that is Democrat. And then most of the ones below it are Democrat. Party of the KKK. Anyway, looking at the comments, Tim David Duke, the leader of the KKK, voted Donald Trump. Yeah, I mean, you don't need to go by, you just can go by what you see and it makes more sense. I mean, you can literally see where one side is pro-diversity and the other side has a diversity problem. You can see that. You know, you don't need to know nothing about history and nothing else. You can open your eyes and see that. That's all you got to do is just open your eyes and see it. That's why I stopped messing with my barber, and he said the same thing. I don't know what that means. When my something, okay, some of that stuff is not making sense. You see how all those sundown towns in Georgia burned to the ground. I haven't heard that. Donald Trump's daddy was a KKK member in 1929. I have heard that. I hate to tell you this, I'm 60 years old and cops called me the N-word since I was 9. You need to move. If you're getting that many of them, you need to move. That's bad. The idea that the Democrats fund the KKK to latch themselves to Republicans to affect public perception. And look, like I said, until the court case is adjudicated on the Southern Poverty Law Center, I don't have a strong opinion for it. My opinion is they entitled to their day in court. The Department of Justice has made accusations that the Southern Poverty Law Center is funding white supremacist groups. Southern Poverty Law Center denies it. So it has to go to court and be adjudicated on. Until then, they're innocent until proven guilty. I'll leave it at that. And this is where my MAGA side is not going to like me, but it's pretty obvious that Trump is using the Department of Justice against his enemies. The Southern Poverty Law Center is no friend of Trump. I mean, I heard today they're talking about going after The View. I mean, he's using the justice system to go after people he don't like, which hurts the credibility of the cases coming from the Department of Justice. Because a lot of this shit is just orchestrated by Trump. If you criticize him enough, he'll find a way to come after you. So I don't, like I said, until I see them lose in court, it is what it is. Just like the 86-47 from Jim Comey. If Trump had did that shit, people would have said it was a joke. So I gotta see it go into more directions than that. Anyway, I appreciate the 72,000. We'll be on tomorrow night. Follow the program if you're watching on TikTok, Instagram, or Substack. Give your boy a sub if you're watching on YouTube. Nevertheless, I do got to step away. Thank you for tuning in. See you guys tomorrow. And for you guys on Substack as well,